And I hello, hooray, let the light in, I've been ready. Hello, hooray, let the lights grow dim, I've been ready. Ready as this audience that's coming here to dream. Loving every second, every moment, every scream. I've been waiting so long to sing my song. And I've been waiting so long for this thing to come. And I've been thinking so long I was the only one. Roll out with your American dream and its recruits. I've been ready. Roll out with your circus freaks and hula hoops. I've been ready. As this audience that's coming here to dream. Loving every second, every moment, every scream. I've been thinking so long to sing my song. And I've been waiting so long for this thing to come. And I've been thinking so long I was the only one. Strong and thin, and I can laugh when this thing begins. God, I feel so strong. I'm so strong. I'm so strong. I feel so strong. I feel so strong. I feel so strong. I'm so strong. So strong. I feel so strong. I feel so strong. I feel so strong. Ah. Hopefully not much of that picked up on the thing that I do. Psycho X. Looks like I want you yeah, yeah. Actually going towards Stay? Really? Okay. So I accident. Okay, they're both red. That's a lot easier. I accidentally have two. I will not play it on stream because even though I believe Cleopatra is a little bit better about claims for than like Ross Williams died 6 years ago. Actually, this was released when he and were still married. She might have some kind of claim on that. I don't know. Anyway. But I do remember that they lost licensing to reprint this for a time after he passed. So that's another thing. But anyway, like this is like so if I were to give a rating like similar to that of movies, so like like I would not, you know how like Breakfast Club, it was first released in 84, 85, I believe. I think it was 85. I'm pretty sure Breakfast Club was filmed, no. John Hughes wanted to do Breakfast Club first, but the studio gave him the go-ahead for 16 Candles first. And 16 Candles, it's like, yes, I know that there are so many problems, like in terms of like social awareness and stuff to, in the broad scope teenage sexuality. There's a scene, or that a lot of people think implies the big R crime. I think if that were being looked like, I can see how morally, yes, that is easily argued, but at the same time legally, because the perpetrator character was 14 and the victim character for that one particular scene was 18, maybe 19. It's hard to tell if it was a joke or not, but but early in the film that character was implied to have been held back at least once in school, so she might have been 19. Character might have been 19 at the time. The actress definitely was 19 at the time, just because she has a brief topless scene early in the film. But when Breakfast Club was first released, it was rated R for language alone, like because it was 1985, right? But yeah, that scene in 16 Candles, which is Porky's for girls, like 16 Candles holds up a lot better than Porky's does. In fact, like I know very few people about my age who remember Porky's, which was like a series of I think it was like 3 movies in total that were like Porky's Revenge, and a third one. I forget what the third one was called, or maybe it was the second one. But yeah, it's like Porky's. I know Porky's Revenge is one of the other 2, and something whatever, right? Like they were titled, similar to like Revenge of the Nerds, right? Anyway, where was I going with this? Oh yeah. So like 16 Candles holds up a bit better, even though it is like like such a politically incorrect script on a number of levels. But that one scene that everybody says, and like I think even John Hughes came clean and said like, yeah, this is a pretty violating implication with this scene here. And like at least before he died, he said something like, like if he were going to write it again, he would have not written that way. But especially because it was because it was like filmed in 83, early 84, and was released in 84. I think legally that would have been a whole. I think it would have been a legal nightmare. Like if the woman who was passed out, well, young woman, because like high school senior, was passed out drunk, like she was, and if the character pressed charges afterward, like I said, I think it would have been a legal nightmare for both parties, because like I said, the guy who was a bit more to his faculties, but as revealed in the film, like earlier in the film, he had also been drinking, brutally underage drinking, but he had also been drinking. Not to the point where not to the point where she had been drinking, but he was drunk enough that he didn't even remember what happened when they both woke up in the back seat of a technically stolen car the next morning, in the parking lot of her church. But yeah, it's like legally that would have been a nightmare. Like, morally speaking, since at the time it happened, yes, he was a bit more with his faculties, but like he was drunk enough he couldn't remember what happened, after some point in the night. So it's stream's cutting out. I would not be like, there were some issues the other night. Like as soon as I unplugged my laptop to come back to the bedroom to do some stuff outside of the kitchen, like as soon as I unplugged my laptop, the stream just like the whole thing just froze, and it was making this horrible whirring sound. Anyway, I was getting to a thing. Anyway, so like I accidentally have 2 copies of this, and both copies were in storage long enough that I cannot return one of them. And if memory and like one of them was in storage. Still in the packing, right? So like I clearly bought them on 2 separate occasions. It's just clearly I bought one forgetting that I'd already had the other one, which really makes me wonder how the hell I forgot that. Anyway, so yeah, I have to put one of these up for sale. I'm probably gonna go with Discogs just because. Yeah, I was gonna put it up on sale on Discogs while I was on the bus earlier today, and then I remembered, holy shit, I don't remember like if both of them are red, or if one is red and one is blue, and all of that. But no, both are red. That makes it a lot easier for me. I also accidentally have 2 copies of the Fleetwood Mac Rumors reissue, and I have an early printing of the 1975 self-titled. That's the one with it's the first one that's Stevie Nicks and Lindsey Buckingham. So it's the one that's got Rhiannon on it, and but yeah, this is the reissue on ruby colored vinyl, and this is the early edition, and I think I'm gonna put this one up for sale on Discogs. And I somehow have 2 copies of the Rumors reissue, and one of them is the Target exclusive gold colored vinyl one, and I don't remember. Well, I mean, this one doesn't say anything about that, so do I want to keep opening it? Yeah, might as well. It's the great thing about having long fingernails. Oh, okay, so this is black vinyl. Okay. You know what? I'll see which one is going for more on Discogs. I don't know. Yeah, I'll take a look and see which reissue is going for more on Discogs. And there's a. It's not that I need both colors. All right, we've got 3 in the all of them allegedly from YouTube. Anyway, if you noticed, I reset the time for today's stream like twice today. Last night I set it for 6 to start at 6 p.m. And that is because of what? Well, because I went to sleep at that time and figured, okay, I've got a couple things I got to get up and out and do. And hopefully I'll be done by 6. But then I got up and about to do stuff, and I was just like, okay, there's no way I'm going to be back home by 6. So let's try 8:30. And so then I did 8:30. But and I got home by about 7, and then I decided to touch up my hair color because it's been about 7 weeks since I last did it, and I was just like, okay, you know what? We're going to be in my room, which has better light than the kitchen. And while I was hoping to have some lower lighting or in here, just because I don't like bright lighting. I don't know. I've got a weird face for lighting. I think so anyway. But by the time I had done that, and set the timer for letting the dye sit on my hair, I realized, okay, there's no way I'm going to be done in the shower by 8:30. Like, I might be just about squeaking out of the shower at 8:30, which is like, it's like, no. At that point, I am still naked and all of that. So I gave myself another hour. So hopefully, some people will still be watching by that and stuff. And I don't know what the hell I was starting on about. But yeah, like, while I'm doing some Ethel streams, because Ethel of Thurston, she's a piece of shit. She really is. And I've been saying this for a few years now. I've been saying this since technically before that power tripping narcissist gave me the boot from her downright cultish Discord server. But yeah, like, I'm thinking I'm thinking the theme music will probably be this one from Alice. And I've actually been even trying to like figure out how to play like some of the guitar bits on the hurdy-gurdy, just because I really need to replace a couple of strings on my Kruth, and that's going to take me a bit. That's going to take me a bit to get together and all that, right? So yeah, I've been trying to figure out like a couple of the guitar bits on the hurdy-gurdy just for the hell of it, so that I can like not be just like singing alongside the thing all the time. Thinking about how I would end up in a couple of the lines on here to be a little bit more alongside the thing I miss. It's colder than a skeleton kiss. We did that last night, making love by the refrigerator light. Ethel, come squeeze you in my arms. Ethel, come and please me with your charms. One thing, not lie. Ethel's frigid as an Eskimo pie. She's cool, instead. She ought to be, 'cause Ethel's dead. Ethel, come and freeze me in my arms. Ethel, come and freeze me with your charms. No. Yes. Thing, it's true. Cold Ethel, I'm stuck on you. And everything is my way. Ethel don't have much to say. Ethel, let me squeeze you in my arms. Ethel, come and freeze me with your charms. You're cold, Ethel. It's so cold. Oh, so cold. Oh. Ethel, cold Ethel. Cold Ethel, cold Ethel. Cold Ethel, cold Ethel. Cold Ethel, cold Ethel. If I live to 97, you'll be waiting in refrigerator heaven. You're ice. Cold Ethel, you're my paradise. And why would I make this? And why would I make this the theme tune for my Ethel streams? Because, like, let's be honest. Alice Cooper, and I think, oh God, who is his co-writer on this one? I mean, I could just go out to my fucking. Oh, that's right. My record collection is highly disorganized, which is how it took me so goddamn long to find my second copy of Every King by Roz Williams out there. And now Tidal is like having a shit fit on me. Please stop that. Tidal is having a shit fit on me. Please show me credits. Okay, producer, arranger, audio engineer. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, no. Denny Dunaway was out of the... Oh, this was a co-written with Bob Ezrin. That's it. That's right. Dennis Dunaway was already out of the band at by the time of Welcome to My Nightmare. I think $1 Billion Babies was the last one with Dennis Dunaway, who was a co-writer of Cooper's. I want to say they knew each other back when Alice fronted the it's more of a UK term, freak beat band, garage band, like 60s garage band. Ethel is like Poppy, except she's hardcore anti-sexuality and a hardcore euphoric anti-theist instead of a Buddhist who doesn't even follow the teaching. Oh, yeah. And if memory serves me, here's one of the other ways that Ethel of Thurston, because I swear to God, that's got to be the bitch's middle name, because just look at all of her frickin' internet, her social media presence everywhere else. Like, it all follows this essence of blank. Blank usually either begins with a T. After all, old Twitter handle was essence of tweets. And I swear to God, the reason that she calls the Discord server essence of community is because it ends with a T. T-Y, community. Therefore, she's got the essence of T something in there somewhere. And let's be honest. Ethel's autistic Ethel's autistic special interest is herself. Because Ethel is a racist, noun and not adjective form racist. And I did show this off in my previous stream. I will bring it up again because at some point I'm going to get to that I might just bring it up again tonight just for kicks. But because tonight I'm going to focus a bit more on at least I'm going to start on like why I've come to this conclusion about in fact I came to it some years ago, but like this wasn't a recent revelation. but yeah, like one of the other ways that Ethel and Poppy are clearly different is there are more teenagers in Ethel's Discord than in Poppy's. And because see here's the thing about these like little internet personality cults that tend to have Discord servers. A lot of people will grow out of it before they grow into, like, a lot more people will grow out of it than they will grow into it. And one of the few people who I've seen grow into it is Levi, her ostensible co-host for, like, I don't know if they're still doing the weekly streams anymore or if that's on hiatus for whatever reason. But yeah, like last I knew, which was certainly a couple years after I was forced out of her Discord server. Not like I was doing much in there to begin with, other than just being absolutely floored at how cultish it operates. There were a lot more teenagers in Ethel's Discord than in Poppy's. Like, I wasn't in Poppy's Discord that long, but from all of the stuff that that Melina has shown about from Poppy's Discord, there's been a lot less coming out of there from Snowflake. But yeah, like going by what Melina's shown from Poppy's Discord, there I definitely remember there's being a lot more teenagers in Ethel's Discord. But of course, like Ethel likes to portray herself as being like a safe space for young queer people, which it's not. And apparently, like, one of the big problems she has with me is I've got a problem with the fact that it's not an explicit rule to give content warnings about the content warnings, which is a thing that absolutely does happen in Ethel's Discord server. Like, you will see like CW problematic YouTuber, and then you see the black spoiler text you see the black spoiler tagged box of text afterward, and then you click on that content warning, Natalie Wynn /ContraPoints. You are giving content warnings about content warnings. Like, this is high control group behavior, which Owen Morgan of Telltale Atheist describes as a level 2 personality cult. This is high control group behavior. This, like, whether that is an explicit rule or is just a habit that people have adopted because of how batshit everything is on there, that is a problem. That is downright cultish behavior, if not an outright personality cult that Ethel is running. And like I said, there are a lot more teenagers on Ethel's Discord than on Poppy's. I will practically guarantee that at this right now. If you want $5 because that's about all I can afford right now. Since Ethel thinks I, like, why did I prove her right? I could afford $5. Like the one little clip that I kind of had to see before I hit the download option on my on my browser extension for it, so like I don't actually give her a real view. She's pulling up something that I shit posted to Twitter, and this is the thing. Like, me on especially the microblogging side of social media, so like shitter, X plus Twitter shitter, right? So like Twitter /shitter, Blue Sky, Threads, Instagram, etc. So it's like when it's a microblogging site, like even Tumblr a lot more. Well, I don't know. Like I will make some, like extended things that are a bit more serious on Tumblr, but even some of my serious stuff on Tumblr has a shit posting aspect to it. Like I went on this massive rant on Tumblr, oh god, about a decade ago, if not longer at this point, about how there's my coffee. About how the 1960s sitcom version of the Addams Family actually had a bit more of a feminist foundation to it than the 1991 and 93 films with Raul Julia and Angelica Huston, right? And I say this because we see a lot more of Morticia's extended family in the TV series, not just because it's a TV series, but on the TV series, Uncle Fester is Morticia's uncle. Morticia's uncle, who on a couple occasions proclaimed himself a confirmed bachelor. Granted, in one episode, it was to get out of being forced on a date with a woman that I think one of the other cousins thought he'd be perfect, with. But still, it's like, on at least two occasions that I can remember off the top of my head. And if you remember, early mid 1960s, confirmed bachelor was typically coding for saying that guy's gay. Like, so Fester was Morticia's uncle. Grandmama was Gomez's mother. Now in the movies with Raul Julia and Angelica Huston, they did retcon Fester as Gomez's brother, and I think technically it's like, I think technically in the script of the first one, and it's not even in the film as you watch it, right? Or if it's in there, it's very subtle. But I think it's only noticed in the credits that Carol Kane, she does Blossom Rock's part of Grandmama. Technically, but it's like in one of those, like, blink and you'll miss it. Whereas like on the series, it is regularly mentioned that Fester is Morticia's uncle, who is implied to be the twin brother of her mother, Hester Frump. So and then what? But yeah, and it's Grandmama Addams is Gomez's mother on the series, and this is regularly pointed out on the series. But like I said, it's like if it's mentioned at all in the final cinematic cut of the Addams Family movies, it's in a blink and you'll miss it bit. But I think it's technically mentioned in the credits, if not on the first one, but in the second one, that Grandmama is credited. The character is credited as Grandmama Frump, which would be Morticia's maiden name. But like I said, if it's in the movies, it's in a blink and you'll miss it. So like nobody even realizes like whose grandma, whose mother, Grandmama is, right? So, like in the household in the 60s sitcom, we have as much of Morticia's family as we, take extended family part, helping to raise the kids, Pugsley and Wednesday, as we do Gomez's family. We've got his mother, his widowed mother, as part of the household, and we've got Morticia's confirmed bachelor uncle, so which again was like in the 60s, this was code for that character is gay. That character is a gay man, confirmed bachelor, woman hater. Those are code in the 60s. Even in the 40s, 50s, 1930s, confirmed bachelor is Hays Code lingo for gay. And so, yeah, like the more you read into the 60s sitcom, the more subversive you realize it truly is. So yeah, like we've got both families, you know, known to the audience to be represented, you know, in the Addams household. Whereas, like, you know, like when you're watching the film, it's implied that all Addams' extended family are from Gomez's side. So it's like Morticia in the films, in the films with Angelica Huston as Morticia, she's kind of like more of an extension of Gomez. Whereas in the sitcom, where we see just as much of her extended family as we see of Gomez, we see just as many frumps, as if not slightly more, because it's never it's never said whose cousin It is. In fact, it's possible cousin It might not actually be related to them, to any of them. And he's just kind of this little person with extra long hair that they just kind of adopted into their family. Like, whose family? I don't know. Like, they lost track at some point. But yeah, like I said, like, you know, like, unless it is part of your headcanon, you know, like, whose side cousin It is the cousin of, if he is like a biological member of either of their families at all, right? But yeah, like, you see just as many frumps as you do Addamses on the sitcom. So yeah, so it's now like Gomez and Morticia are not like I said, like in the films with Raul Julia and Angelica Huston. Wonderful films, absolutely, like both versions from the 60s sitcom and the 90s films. Gomez and Morticia are played perfectly, for, you know, like, perfectly true to each character, even though both interpretations are different. Like, they're very different, but it's very obvious, but it just feels so perfect for each character. It's just like, you know, each of these each versions of the character just like focused more on like different aspects of the characters' personalities. In both versions of Gomez, by, you know, portrayed by John Aston in the 1960s or Raul Julia in the 1990s, both of these men are, you know, like, they're into fencing. They're Castilian Spaniards by descent. Castilian Spaniards, into fencing. They both take great glee at losing large sums of money in the stock market, but they're old money, so they're old money, so they kind of don't care. They just kind of have this like little like, how can I lose money? Like, how can I lose money faster? Right? It's a game to them. Like, they and they're both incredibly horny for Morticia. Like there's a reason why you saw Lillian and Herman Munster sitting, you know, side by side in a king size bed in the Munsters. It's because this was a very de-sexed married couple. Like we all just kind of assume, like, okay, Herman Munster is a Frankensteinian creation. Lillian is a vampire. Her father is a vampire, but Eddie, their son, Herman and Lilia's son, is a wolf boy. We just assume we just assume that they either adopted him or Grandpa, you know, Lillian's father, made him in his lab because he's also a mad scientist in addition to a vampire, right? So like, I'm sorry. There's no way that Herman and Lillian banged it out and Eddie came out of this. Eddie was either A, adopted, or B, Al Lewis made him in the basement laboratory. That's like, I'm sorry, like sure, we can imagine that these two sleep in the same bed and they just sleep. They simply just go to sleep. They talk about their day and their next day, especially if, like, you know, they got to go to the PTA conference for Eddie's school or something. Yeah, and then they just go to sleep. You know, it's a very de-sexed married couple, even by 1960s standards. Gomez and Morticia, they did two things in that bed. They did not sit up and talk about the day that they just had. You know, that they talk about that while Morticia's at her dressing table, you know, like taking off her jewelry for the night and setting her hair in braids, because this was before washing your hair daily was recommended, and it's still not really recommended by actual like hairdressers who understand the science of hair. But before shampoo bottles were telling people to do it daily, right? So so she's like setting her hair in braids before bed, like that's when they talk about the stuff for the day, that happened and their plans for the next day. And then once they get into bed, they just bang it out until they're too tired, to go anymore, right? Like like Gomez is the multi-orgasmic man, and and Tish will just like babble to him complete nonsense in French. She can monologue about earthworms in French. Gomez is horny for her either way, right? But and like that's why you never saw, like, you would occasionally see the Gomez and Morticia in the 60s sitcom in their bedroom. You would sometimes see the corner of their big 4-poster king-size bed. It might have even been like an extra large king-size bed, like bigger than king, like super king, or California king. Is that what it's called? I don't know, but it's like everybody knew that Gomez and Morticia were horny for each other, especially Gomez for Morticia. They did it, like, they didn't even just confine themselves to doing it in the bed. You saw hints of this all throughout the sitcoms, like 3 seasons in the 60s. And, so like when we fast forward to the early 90s films with Raul Julia and Angelica Huston, and, they're being a bit more overtly sensual with each other. Well, you got to remember that Wednesday and Pugsley have aged up about 5 or 6 years at that point. like they've had the sex ed talk at school and at home, and they know that their parents are doing it constantly. And so their parents are just like, well, okay, the kids know that we're definitely doing it, and the only reason that we only have 2 of them is because both of our mothers are witches, well versed in abortificant herbs, and so we're just gonna flaunt it a little bit more now. It's not like the kids can't just go to their room and read a book if we're disturbing them. And like, I don't know, like we know that Gomez and Morticia have done it. Like, they haven't even confined themselves to the flat surfaces throughout the house. They've done it on every surface in the house. They found ways to make new surfaces in the house on which to do it. Right? So like I said, like that's one of my, like, it started out as a shit post on Tumblr, but it gradually got more serious. But I'm a shit poster. I'm a renowned shit poster. And the only reason you haven't heard of me before this is because I've been a renowned shit poster since LiveJournal's goth day. Since the LiveJournal goth community days, right? This is how long I have been shit posting. And yes, my renown as a shit poster is like a niche within a niche of, like net goths. But I'm a longtime shit poster. This is how many people recognize me, is I am posting complete nonsense half the time. But yeah, if anybody, oh right, I started going on about, like, $5. If you want an easy $5, like, I don't know if you've if you haven't made yourself aware, if Ethel doesn't know who you are, which is like one of the things she messaged me on Reddit, like, oh, I know who you are. I'm like, I don't care. Like, oh, you know who I am? Well, so a lot of people know who I am. But yeah, like, what you think that's gonna scare me, lady? I don't care. But yeah, whatever. Yeah, if you want an easy $5, go and go into Ethel's Discord server, and like if you want to take the position that she does not have more teenagers in her Discord than Poppy does, you've got an easy $5. Just prove to me somehow. Just like go into her Discord, find whatever screens you can to prove to me that she has like fewer than 40% teenagers in her Discord at any one time, even right now. Because I guarantee you, she's got a minimum 40% teenagers in that Discord who are all up in her shit for whatever reason, because honestly, I think I mentioned this earlier in the stream, like, like somewhere about half an hour ago, that Ethel's one of those people where you either grow out of her nonsense or you grow into it, meaning you are crazier than she is. Because those are the only people who buy her shit, are like herself and people who are more bonkers than she is. So yeah, anyway, I've decided that my theme for the Ethel streams is Ethel my oh no. Ethel is nobody's friend. In fact, I'm convinced that Ethel's wife, like, I think at one point Ethel did have some genuine affection for Udita, but I think that has now been surpassed by her utility to Ethel as a human shield against being called out on her racism. Because Ethel is a goddamn racist, and I will prove it to you. In fact, Cherryberry, oh yeah, if you have not heard of Ethel of Thurston, because I swear to God, this got to be her middle name. There's no way it is. There's no way it isn't. If it's not of, it's of Livia. Of-Livia, as in like Olivia, but with an of. But yeah, if you've not heard of Ethel of Thurston, you are lucky. Just consider yourself lucky. That's the only way about it. That's the only way about it. If you've not heard of Ethel before tonight, please leave. Just like, because you will not be a happy camper once once I get into as much about this batshit, this guano-minded person that I'm okay. I'm gonna call you Cute Guts because there's no way I'm gonna pronounce the X in there. So Cute Guts says Ethel's like Poppy. Okay, yeah, okay. I mentioned that already. Cute Gut says, was in Ethel's server for a brief time in 2020 because of the Lily Orchard stuff, and they demanded people add, like, oh god, yeah. Okay, so yeah, you definitely remember, and like I said, it's the trigger warnings within trigger warnings. You're trigger warning the server about the upcoming trigger warning. Like, no. And Ethel wants to play this off as PTSD, as I heard in like that fraction of a second or whatever at the beginning of the thing before I finished downloading it to not give her a full view. Like, no. Experts in treating PTSD will say that excess content warnings, like, while this seems like the nice thing to do, it is counterproductive to treatment of PTSD. And I know this because I have CPTSD. So like all like CBT and DBT therapists, it's like all DBT is CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, and DBT for dialectical behavioral therapy. So like all DBT is CBT, but not all CBT is DBT, right? Okay. But yeah. Fun fact, DBT is the primary is like the default treatment method for both PTSD, including CPTSD, as well as those with borderline personality disorder who are not resistant to treatment. So like there's two kinds of borderline personality disorder, which we've gone over in the Poppy streams at the beginning of this year, like almost a year ago next week, right? So yeah, like there are two kinds of borderline personality disorder. The kind that is receptive to treatment, which is usually like borderline personality disorder is a relatively controversial diagnosis. There are reasons for this. It has been a relatively controversial diagnosis for at least the last few decades, right? And one of the reasons for this is because a lot of people who are given a borderline diagnosis, once they are also given a PTSD or CPTSD diagnosis, usually CPTSD because it is related to regular trauma during one's childhood and adolescence, right? So yeah, like once The fuck. I think I slightly burned my tongue earlier. Anyway, so yeah, like those with a borderline diagnosis that are receptive to treatment, they near universally have a CPTSD comorbidity. Those who are resistant to treatment tend not to have a CPTSD comorbidity. And amongst the few who do have a CPTSD comorbidity, that are also somehow resistant to treatment, it's a lot less than, talking to people like Poppy would lead anyone to believe, might lead someone to believe, okay? So yeah, like I said, there are two types of borderline. One that, the first is resistant to, or the first is receptive to treatment, which is near universally comorbid with CPTSD. Like to the point that it's been discussed since the 90s. Since the 1990s, people have been saying maybe we shouldn't keep diagnosing women who have, and other AFAB people who have a because borderline personality disorder is overwhelmingly diagnosed in women, right? And other AFAB people, of course, but near universally, or not near universally, but overwhelmingly diagnosed in women and AFAB persons. And so, like, since the 90s, there have been professionals who've been saying like, just like chalking this up to a personality disorder is, which, like, gives some people the idea that, it can't be treated. And, but we notice that a lot of, like, once we get in, a bit deeper into talk therapy with these people who have a borderline diagnosis, they overwhelmingly have childhood trauma. And those who don't want to get into, their childhood with borderline, they tend to use borderline as, as an all-purpose excuse for why they're so messed up and why they're, complete, why they're completely guano-minded, and because we like to censor ourselves a little bit for YouTube. Anyway, but yeah, the 893 quadrillion trigger warnings from Cute Guts. Yeah, that is counterproductive to treating CPTSD, especially. That's counterproductive to any kind of PTSD treatment. And like I said, like, while it might sound like a good idea on paper to, trigger warning as many things as you possibly can. Okay, first off, that's not how trauma triggers work. Like, literally anything can be a trauma trigger, literally anything. In fact, hell, just about anything can be, a trigger of adverse mental health in some way. Like, since I was about 8 or 9 years old, the song Love Child by the Supremes, which was, like, recorded in 1968, and this isn't even a song about my own personal situation, but there's just something about the way that Diana Ross is singing that song that just all, that combined with the lyrics, because, like, I was raised in choirs, so of course I pay attention to the lyrics in songs, right? And I kind of always have, because that's what I was trained to do since I was 4 years old, was to sing. So of course you gotta listen to the lyrics in songs. So yeah, it's like a combination of Diana Ross's voice in that song along with the lyrics. This will just, like, very few things will set me, like, it will like turn me into a little, ball of crying faster than Love Child by the Supremes. And the thing is like, you can't predict when that's coming on the radio. There have been at least two times in this last 10 years where I have been at Walgreens. And this is now one of the reasons that I will put on my headset every time I go into Walgreens now, because, like I said, 2 times in the last 10 years, and, like, for the last 5, I've been wearing headphones consistently when I go into Walgreens, because, once the second time happens where suddenly, like, Love Child by the Supremes comes on the PA, and I suddenly like find myself like in the middle of the allergy medicine aisle, just like sitting on the floor and crying because of this song. It's like, nobody can predict that. And that's the thing, is like, trauma triggers can be literally anything. Like, I realized that the whole culture around it, internet trigger warnings for people was getting insane when somebody on, I believe it was the old RPGNet forum that I used to frequent, requested, can you please trigger warn us about cat photos? I'm like, child, you were on the internet. The internet is for two things, because this was, like 15 some years ago, because it was the RPGNet forum. The internet is for two things. Well, okay, for three things. One, it's for, primary reason for the internet is porn. Second reason for the internet is dumb conversations like this on forums. Third reason for the internet is cat photos. Like, no, like, why? Like, you know what? I don't care about what kind of, like, trauma you're vaguely alluding to for why you want warnings about cat photos. First off, why are you coming to the, like, like how many people have cats on RPGNet? So why come to the thread where people are posting photos of their pets? Like, if you want to start a thread like just for dogs, be my guest. Start a thread just for dogs. But it's like, no. You cannot reasonably ask the internet for warnings about cat photos because you have some, like unaddressed, childhood or young adult trauma related to kittens somehow. Like, no, that is unreasonable. That is absolutely unreasonable. Like, no, this is the internet. Like, you are going to encounter cat photos. And any therapist who is working with you on whatever, trauma disorder this has created in you will tell you that you are not going to be able to predict when these, trigger moment, like when your predictable triggers are going to happen. Like, and some people just have completely unpredictable triggers. Like, one time I was at Kroger and like the specific way, like, it wasn't any of the words that was said, and it wasn't even the person who was saying it, because one, Worst X worked at a different Kroger than I was at that day, and two, Worst X didn't even work at Kroger anymore that day I was in there. This was in 2020, so very early into all hell breaking loose across the world. But no, it was like just the way that somebody at the service desk was making an announcement on the PA. It was something about how can whatever come to the dairy aisle for a cleanup or something like that. It was something like that, something that necessitated calling out to the PA, but had nothing to do with the customers or anything. And just like the way this person said that. Just like whatever inflection with whatever words they were saying, it reminded me of some of the ways that Worst X would berate me. And I had to sit down in the aisle and have a good cry. People were coming up, but it was like June of 2020, so like people are being like 10 feet away from me, just like, are you okay? Do you need any help? And I'm like, I'll be okay. Just like there's no way anybody could have predicted that. Like, okay, like if you've got trauma related to cats somehow, don't go on the internet. That's a way to avoid it until you've got your DBT going to a point where you can like stumble upon unpredicted or like unexpected cat photos, right? Okay, but it's like if you're grocery shopping at Kroger and the way that like the shift manager is saying something over the PA, just like to like all courtesy clerks in the store at the time, to come do something in the dairy aisle or something, whatever. That's the example I'm running with, because it was like it was about 3.5 years ago at this point, right? So it's like, that is an unpredictable trigger. You don't know what the unpredictable triggers will be, but with proper CBT, especially DBT skills, you can you can find it easier to pull yourself together and see that is why excess trigger. That is one of the reasons why excess trigger warnings are actually counterproductive. They seem like a good idea in print, right? Like write it out, either, like in typeface or with handwriting. Like when it's written out, it sounds like it would make sense. Like, okay, I want to warn as many people as possible about potential trigger. Well, first off, literally anything can be a trauma trigger. Like when you've got people 15 years ago on RPGNet saying, "Can you please trauma warn? Can you please trigger warn me about these pictures of cats in the pet photos thread on RPGNet tangency? Because I can't see pictures of cats. I've been traumatized." Like, no. At that point, just stop internet. At that point, just stop using the internet and go get some DBT therapy, because that is the only thing that will fix whatever the hell is going on in your head right now. Secondly, not all trauma triggers are easily predictable. So, okay, yeah, the ones that we can predict, like some are just unreasonable. Some are just unreasonable to expect a warning for every time, because this now stifles how people interact with each other, and it creates such a it creates such a dysfunctional way of interacting with each other that everybody is going to need therapy at this point, because they don't know how to talk to each other anymore. But more to the point, though, with people who do have PTSD, either CPTSD or otherwise, it has been discovered that excess trigger warnings, excess content warnings, like there's the reason that at the beginning of Law & Order SVU, the content warnings are as vague as possible, because, well, like, I don't know. First off, it's SVU. You know what you're getting into going into an episode. If you don't, you are too young to be watching that show. Please turn it back to reruns of Mr. Rogers. I beg you, because you are not going to be ready for SVU. Like most teenagers, like I'm talking like, almost 13 years old. So like most people who are probably teenagers know what the hell they're getting into with an episode of SVU. Because why? Well, first off, it's rated TV-14, most episodes, and some of them are even, and many of them are even rated TVM. It depends on the season, honestly. But, like, they're rated between TV-14 and TVM, right? So that's your average SVU episode already. We already know that this is not going to be shit that the average person wants anybody younger than, a mid-range teenager to be looking at. And even if you're going to be watching it as a mid-range teenager, ideally you should be watching it with your parents or, some other, trusted adult, who has your best interest in mind. Like, I don't know, like maybe in an intro to psychology class in high school, maybe, I guess. Like I can think of a handful of episodes where, that it could be appropriate for, that kind of setting. A small handful of SVU episodes, but still, it's like, you're going to want to be watching, like, as a teenager, you're going to be watching SVU with your parents or some other trusted adult who can, have a discussion with you afterwards, because, or like even in the middle of the show, if you have like some burning questions suddenly in the middle of the show, right? You're going to be watching this with adults who can talk to you about it and contextualize it for you. Younger than a teenager, it gets harder and harder for adults to, figure out their way around those conversations. And at some point, and like the further, the younger you are, the more likely it is to be fundamentally traumatic to your development, right? So, like when you start, like when you start giving like, especially detailed content warnings about an SVU episode, like you are already stressing some people out who may be sensitive to these topics. And because, like some SVU episodes, either, the guide channel, or if you're old like me, the TV Guide, weekly, is, like somebody who wrote the plot synopsis for that episode was being just vague about it. So it's like, what the hell? At the same time, it's like, you can always fall back on, okay, it's SVU. If they're going to be this vague about it, I don't want to watch that. I cannot deal with that right now. Maybe at a later time, I will come back to this episode and see if it was, really, something I could not, deal with at the time. Or maybe, you'll think to yourself, okay, if I feel it going in this direction, I will switch to the, reruns of the Commissioner. So this is how fucking old I am, right? Like, the Commish isn't even on anymore. It hasn't been on for years. I almost found myself saying Beretta, but even I'm not old enough for Beretta. But I did used to know a trans woman who inherited one of the cockatoos who played Fred on Beretta. They had 3 cockatoos who played Fred on any given episode. I think it was like a deal where they rotate them because cockatoos can live well into their 80s. They're not as long lived as some parrots, but as pets, cockatoos can live well into their 80s. And like I said, I used to know a trans woman who inherited one of the 3 cockatoos who played Fred, and Fred was kind of a pervert, in the same way that my cat Nigel is a pervert, and it's very disturbing at times. But yeah, like, okay, first off, like, think about, like if you don't want to hear it, like, first off, don't ask. But if you don't think you can handle hearing it, look at the context clues I've already dropped by what I've said about my cat Nigel being a pervert, and it's kind of disturbing. And like if you're letting your mind wander, but yeah, like, and that's the thing. It's like when you're being a bit too detailed in content warnings, this brings people like the PTSD mind does not work like the average mind. When I am Dusty from the band Vision Video, last time they were around in Detroit, I saw them. That was back in May, I believe, right? I don't feel like looking up Instagram right now. So yeah, like last time they were around in Detroit back in May of 2024, it's either May or June. He had a little bit of a talk, and he was, and he did like, chat with fans a little bit after the show, and I was one of them because he has combat related PTSD because he grew up in a military household, and this just seemed like the thing to do. You join the military, they will pay for college. But what they did not tell him, like what even his dad neglected to really drill home to, Dusty, was, there is a good chance, especially if you're in combat, especially if you see combat, you will come back with your brain just like not functioning the way it used to in a very upsetting way. That is typically described as a mental illness. It's PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, right? So, and like one of the things that he says about his, combat-related PTSD, which is just as true to my own CPTSD, which is related to, some really weird child abuse. And like, I am kind of grateful that it's not the especially personally violating forms of child abuse, but like my parents did not think twice about smacking kids around. And like, I mean, I know I might seem like I downplay it sometimes, but that's also because I've come to a point like, I don't know, like there's a story that I used to say a lot about, like how I went through this phase when I was about like 5 or 6 years old where I was convinced that everybody in the house would wake up, and be mad at me if I flushed the toilet. Like if I woke up in the middle of the night and I went to the bathroom, I was convinced that if I flushed the toilet, it would wake up everybody in the house and everybody would be mad at me. So I didn't flush the toilet. And it took my mother a couple of months to figure out which kid was, not flushing the toilet, because I think that was one of the times where, my older sister on my dad's side was living with us a little bit longer than she usually did. But that's another story for another time. So yeah, it took my mother a couple of months to figure out like why, like which kid was not flushing the toilet. And my mother sits me down at the kitchen table and tries to explain to me like why it is ultimately, like, even if it does briefly wake up somebody, they can just go right back to sleep because it's just a toilet flush. It's not prolonged noise. And I'm saying, but I don't want to be rude and like wake somebody up. And she's like, and my mother's like trying to like get through to my get through to me that like, no, like you poor strange child. It is just fundamentally more, better manners to flush the toilet and risk somebody very briefly waking up, but then going right back to sleep within a few minutes than it is to not flush the toilet. And then whoever goes to use it next is looking at your turds. And then my younger sister comes into the kitchen because I was almost never in trouble. So my younger sister's like, oh boy, Rose's gonna get in trouble. Rose in big trouble this time. And so my younger sister then says, I always wake up when you don't flush the toilet in the middle of the night. And like we both look at her, and my mother says, what the hell did you just say? I always wake up when Ro doesn't flush the toilet in the middle of the night. It always wakes me up when he does not flush the toilet. And my mother just like seriously like backhanded her and said, go to your room. That doesn't even make sense. And I mean, that was like I could tell that my mother wanted to take it further. Like there was something about my mother's face at this big obnoxious lie that could not even possibly be true. Because if it was, why wasn't she waking up already? Right? Like, clearly this is not happening. Why are you lying about it? So it's like, I could tell something about my mother's face just really wanted to take it further, but she was stopping herself, knowing that even this backhanding was in the area of unreasonable reaction to a child, lying to your face like this about something so stupid. But it was so stupid. It's like, no, just like send the child to their room and talk to them about like why that is such a transparent lie in a few minutes. Like when you're done talking to the 8-year-old who's going through this weird phase for the last 2 months of not flushing the toilet in the middle of the night. I don't know what the hell like triggered that phase in me of not flushing the toilet, but it's like no, like I said, like the least of my mother's annoyance would get backhanded, right? And I mean like in that Key and Peele scale. All right, guy. Front hand, backhand. What do you mean? Front hand, backhand. Front hand. All right. I'm sorry, guy, man. Front hand, backhand. Backhand. And wait. No, front hand. Okay. Wait. No. Backhand. All right. Oh. All right, man. This isn't even good anymore. Oh. Now that I'm getting good at it, you're running away. Backhand. It's like that. Like I said, it's like that Key and Peele sketch. Like that was like like the lower end of my mother's annoyance would get that kind of reaction, right? And honestly, my younger sister was the kind of kid I probably could have fooled with front hand, backhand. I know I scammed that child with heads I win, tails you lose, far longer than any older sibling should be able to scam their younger siblings with heads I win, tails you lose. But yeah, like I said, like when you're offering like content warnings for I have seen people offer content warnings over makeup. Trigger warning, Jeffree Star. Trigger warning, makeup. Oh, I'm like, okay, first off, if you think Jeffree Star is that upsetting to people to offer a content warning, fine. Secondly, you're goddamn ranting or you're like offering a video about Jeffree Star. It's obviously going to include makeup. Like, why include content warning makeup? So see, like, this is how the PTSD brain interprets like 24 content warnings about this, that, and the other thing, as Cute Guts says, okay, will show highlight it? No, show will. Oh, wait, show. What the hell? Okay, if I start it. I'm still trying to get used to how Restream works. Anyway, so yeah, they were in Ethel's server for a brief time in 2020 because of Lillian Orchard stuff, and they demanded people have like 983 quadrillion trigger warnings. Yeah. So it's like this. The PTSD brain will see like that 893 quadrillion content warnings about anything said at anywhere on the server, and you are just stressing yourself out already. Like, even if you know what you're going in, getting clicked on, you are knowing what you're going in when you click on the spoiler tagged, partition that just had like Matryoshka nesting nested content warnings about everything, right? You know, like trigger warnings within trigger warnings is how Ethel operates, you know, essence of community, because EOT, it's got to have a T sound in there somewhere, right? Because this is Ethel of Thurston, and Ethel of Thurston's autistic special interest is herself, first and foremost. But anyway, so yeah, the PTSD brain will see like that 24 content warnings before clicking on the thing and is already clicking on it far more stressed out than if they had just seen, you know, content warning, problematic YouTuber, right? You know, I mean, you're just like, okay, what kind of problematic YouTubers could we be talking about? Let's see. Let's figure out from context, you know, clues such as, oh, you know, the channel of the Discord server this is being posted to, any conversation had before this person posted this thing. Like you could probably deduce, okay, it could be either, you know, this kind of problematic YouTuber or this other kind of problematic YouTuber. Or if you just want to say, content warning, Jeffree Star. You do not need to precede that with content warning, problematic YouTuber. Then parentheses, you know, under spoiler tags, content warning. You know, click on it. Content warning, Jeffree Star. Like, no, just say content warning, Jeffree Star. Okay, if you think Jeffree Star himself is special enough to be that upsetting to that many people, that's all you got to do. You don't need to content warning about every single thing that Jeffree Star, you know, has said or done that you want to address in this little venting, you know, in this little thing that you're posting to the venting channel or something, because, well, it could be one of any of these things, you know, or it can be all of these things. You're talking about Jeffree Star. Like, like if somebody wants to know why Jeffree Star might necessitate a content warning, here's a thing you can do. You can go to your web browser of choice and type out Wikitubia, Jeffreestar. You can go Wikitubia Jeffree Star and click on it, and then scroll down here, and it's gonna okay, because it's the mobile view, it's gonna have like a bunch of other nonsense in here. Let's see, subscriber milestones, video view milestones. Well, okay, this is not as detailed as I thought it was. But okay. I don't know. There's probably a couple other sites you can do that will, you know, like have a bullet list of all of Jeffree Star's controversies. And, you know, or you could just like read Wikitubia Jeffree Star history, and you can see like, okay, he's been a complete dipshit since MySpace. He's wow, this is wow, this is incredibly sanitized. Okay, maybe not Wikitubia, but, you know, there's like, oh, actually Wikipedia. Wikipedia, I know, has like, there we go. Wikipedia, controversies for Jeffree Star. It could be any one of these things. If you don't know about Jeffree Star at this point, first off, get off the internet. If you're even 14 years old and you're looking to be on a Discord server where somebody might be venting about Jeffree Star and you don't know who Jeffree Star is, like, I don't care that COPPA says you got to be a minimum of 14 to, you know, use these apps. You're too young. Like maybe not too young, but you are too naive to be like familiarize yourself with Jeffree Star. And like I said, like, this is not bullet pointed, but, you know, let's see, it does mention in the controversies. So Jeffree Star controversies, that is already going to say like, okay, he's probably said some messed up shit in spite of, you know, like being gay and gender nonconforming, and, you know, like, seems okay enough, right? You know, you just like look over this and it's like, okay, retired from music. Okay, sure. Like, you know, stupid rich, you know, from, you know, like a relatively young age, started his online career on MySpace. But then you're like, but then you come to controversies and you're like, okay, this might be why somebody would want to warn, you know, in a venting channel, content warning Jeffree Star, and you're going to be venting about Jeffree Star. Okay, so it could be about the accusation of racism he's had levied against him, which, you know, doesn't go into too many details, but, you know, it does mention very briefly that MySpace skit he posted where he says something about throwing battery acid onto a woman's face. to lighten her skin. And then it goes on in 2020 that apparently, his former website Lipstick World War II German party with the Haken Cruise on it. Okay. So yeah, like, and then like very vague mentions of, the various kinds of assault and, other personal violations against others that he's alleged to have committed, right? So it's like you don't, like, even if somebody doesn't know who the hell Jeffree Star is, and they see content warning Jeffree Star, why would that need a thing? Okay, Wikipedia, Jeffree Star. Oh, on the outline for his thing, on Wikipedia, the Jeffree Star controversies. Oh, okay, I don't need to know too many details. I am not in a good headspace where I want to deal with that. And frankly, see, this is another thing that all CBT and especially DBT therapists will explain. Like, you cannot, like, if you want, if you want, you have to take care of yourself. Like, this is your own trauma disorder that you have. Like, you may not have been the cause of your own trauma disorder. In fact, like, those of us with CPTSD from, like, child abuse, like I've got, thankfully none of the especially violating kind of child abuse, as I gesture vaguely towards my nether regions. But that's more of a silver lining. That's not me trying to, like, get, like, I don't think that's anything to brag about. I just, like I said, it's just silver lining. If that offends, I'm sorry. I just couldn't think of a better way to put it than that. Feel free to leave a comment explaining to me how to better put it, because I like I said, I don't think it makes me better than anybody. I'm just looking at it as, like, kind of a silver lining kind of thing. But yeah, it's like, what, so yeah, like, the PTSD brain does not function the way somebody without PTSD functions. So, like, when you see, like, 24 content warnings, before you even get to the meat, content warnings that have been given, the Discord spoiler tag, over the text, because I guess people on Ethel's Discord server think it's too disturbing to put some of these content warnings without spoiler tags. At that point, you are actively causing harm to people with PTSD. Because, like I said, as somebody with CPTSD myself, that is complex post-traumatic stress disorder. Complex post-traumatic stress disorder. So it's like, there's been an especially, like, long, many, many years of me going through all sorts of just complete BS that a kid that age, and to some extent, even a young adult, like, hell, I have like 2020 compounded my CPTSD from 2020 alone. And first off, if you are too young to remember what the hell I'm talking about when I say 2020 alone, first off, I hope you are watching this many years into the future. Secondly, get off the internet if you're too young to remember that. So, okay, like, 2020 alone added onto my, added onto and compounded my CPTSD. I am still getting over it. Like 2020 destroyed my mental health in ways I am only recently beginning to articulate all that well. And I didn't even get sick. Like, not physically sick. I did not even catch the virus. Okay? Like the only virus I've had since, like, the last time I had the flu in 2018, I believe. The only virus I've had, and I've even had it since I was like the only virus I've had, like, any reason to, like, give anybody some kind of warning about since the last time I had the flu in 2018 or so, is goddamn herpes simplex, which I've had since I was 11 years old. I probably got it from sharing a beverage with a member of my family because we were always that unprecious about, like sharing drinks and stuff. And and honestly, like, like, it's herpes simplex. It's only ever fatal in children younger than 2. And so yeah, like, herpes simplex is only ever fatal in people younger than 2 or with highly compromised immune. And I say or with highly compromised immune systems, but even then, it's rare that, like, I'm talking about people with like full-blown untreated AIDS. Like, it's like long past being just HIV, and it is like so untreated that, like, it's amazing that, like, the common cold hasn't offed you at that point. And at that point, it's not the herpes simplex that's led to your early demise. It's I mean, technically speaking, HIV and like, once it finally advances into AIDS itself, is technically not what offs people prematurely, compared to those who don't have it. It's usually a type of pneumonia that is that is kind of rare, but it's less rare in people with HIV and AIDS. So yeah, it's either a type of pneumonia or a couple of other, kind of illnesses that become especially compounded by, or become especially fatal due to HIV AIDS, right? So it's like it's like at that point, it's like, yes, you have a highly compromised immune system due to HIV, progressing into AIDS. And, maybe you already had a couple other autoimmune disorders to begin with, like lupus or something. So, like, yeah, it's at a greater likelihood for a herpes simplex outbreak to turn fatal, but it's highly unlikely, right? So it's like, I've had herpes simplex since I was 11, like I said, it's cold sores. Yes, it's also the same thing as genital herpes, and I know a lot about herpes simplex, not just because I've had it since I was 11 and my mother was a registered nurse, but also because Best X went to college for microbiology, and he wrote his master's thesis on the family of herpes viruses, so like including herpes zoster, aka chickenpox. But yeah, so like I learned a lot about herpes simplex from him, that like it's technically possible that like without exposure, to either genital or genital anal contact with somebody who has genital outbreaks, you don't have to get it that way, but if you already have oral outbreaks, sometimes prolonged stress can just spontaneously make genital outbreaks happen, or more rarely anal outbreaks as well. You can get anal outbreaks, but yeah, it's like it prefers a mucous membrane that gets a lot of air contact, which is why at least in the States, where male circumcision happens in infancy a lot more for completely non-religious reasons, and so like in the U.S., it's more common for adult circumcised men to be carriers of genital herpes. And yeah, so like HSV1 and HSV2 are kind of interchangeable. One is more closely associated with oral outbreaks, and 2 is more closely associated with genital and anal outbreaks. But that's not why they're differentiated, because like 2 can be what you get for oral outbreaks, in an individual case, and one can be what an individual gets that causes general outbreaks, but it has to do with where the virus itself will park itself on your spinal column. So like, there's the cord that runs through your vertebrae, on your spinal column. And so like HSV1 will park itself up here. HSV2 will park itself down here. And so like, even if you've only ever had oral outbreaks, if it's from HSV2, it'll park itself at the base of your spine. Or maybe it's the other way around, right? So yeah, like that's why the two are differentiated. It's got fuck all to do with like which one is more closely associated with where outbreaks happen. It's got to do with where they park on the spinal column, or otherwise it would just be called, herpes simplex, neither one nor two. It would just be herpes simplex, boom, full stop, right? But anyway, so yeah, like I said, the PTSD brain, after I went off about herpes for some reason, so yeah, like the only virus I've had to I've had any reason to tell people about ahead of time, since like at least 2018, since the last time I had the flu, like I said, is my goddamn herpes simplex. So, and 2020 destroyed my mental health in ways that I am still recovering from. Like my CPTSD went into overdrive, right? It's like I am a way more fragile person now than I was in 2019. And it's not because I haven't been getting therapy for my CPTSD. It's because 2020 alone undid so much and, added on all this new trauma. So yeah, like I said, that's a thing. And that is how I know how the PTSD brain works, because I have been living with it for probably over 30 years at this point, if we want to be honest. So like for the last 30 years of my life, the last 30 plus years of my life, I'm about 45 now. I've been living with CPTSD. I know how the PTSD brain works. And Ethel's, implicit insistence, because the rules don't explicitly say, go overboard and nest your content warnings about everything you post here. Be sure to warn people about every little minute detail you could warn somebody about. The rules on Ethel's Discord server don't say that. But it's definitely implied with the way that people conduct themselves on there, that this is a rule that people are practically expected to adhere to. And like I said, it's like Matryoshka Russian nesting content warnings. There are content warnings for the content warnings on there. And this is a Discord server that is full of teenagers and young 20-somethings who think Ethel has their best interest in mind. Ethel does not. Ethel has Ethel's best interest in mind, and it's always been that way. And, but she's not looking for, but she's not looking for potential sex partners like Poppy is. Clearly, this is okay then. No, it's not. In fact, I would argue that has the potential for... That has the potential to be far more psychologically damaging. Because, when somebody just wants control, when somebody is only is only running this downright cultish Discord server for just, for just their own power trip, because they're a fucking control freak to such an extent that they want people to be constantly on edge around them, because it's what makes them more comfortable rather than what is in your best interest, as a psychologically traumatized person. It's easier for people to wrap their head around the idea of, okay, this person, wants to violate me sexually. Clearly, this is yes, it's for the power play, but there's also the gratification, the physical gratification from this. That's apparently a lot easier for some people, especially young people, to understand. But when it's just because somebody is like power tripping and is a control freak who is power tripping and wants as much control over their audience as possible, that is more difficult for most people to wrap their heads around. Even I have a hard time really, understanding like why somebody is, why somebody just wants control for its own sake. And I wish I had a better idea. I think in the case of people like Ethel, it's you can only look to their background as like, oh well, they had a traumatic childhood, so like that only explains just so much, because I had a traumatic childhood and I'm a shit poster who genuinely doesn't care that much what other people think of me. I mean, yeah, to an extent I care about what people think of me, but like not excessively. Like I understand and I can accept that some people just aren't going to like me, and it's always been that way. And like I was never the kid in school who expected everybody to like them. I just expected people to, like I just wanted people to, tolerate me, put up with me, and like as long as I wasn't hurting anybody, to just, deal with it like a reasonably mature person for your age. So it's like I never like I don't know. I don't care if people don't like me. Because not everybody's gonna like me. If I want somebody to like me because I like them and they don't like me, I mean, yeah, it hurts my feelings. But at the same time, especially at this point in my life, in my mid-40s, I can get over it. Like I don't have to dwell on it. So, so yeah, like I said, it's like so like you can't just like go, oh well, Ethel had a traumatic childhood, that's why she's power tripping, that's why she's such a control freak, because it's like trying to make up for the lack of control she had over her life as a child. Well, first off, you don't have to have control over your own life as a child. That's what being a child is for. Like I mean, you should have a sense of autonomy as a child, and your parents should believe you when somebody, especially another adult that you're supposed to trust, violates that autonomy that you should have over your own body as a child. But that's not the same as like having control over your own life, because like I mean, you're a kid, you should go to school, and I'm not the biggest fan of homeschooling. I do know that like some kids thrive under it. I had a friend, we haven't talked in a few years, but we met when he was 17, but it's like I knew he was a TA at Washtenaw before I knew he was 17, and he graduated high school within weeks of his 16th birthday because he was homeschooled so much before he went to high school. It's like when he went to high school at like 15 years old, they gave him a test to see like where he'd place based on the knowledge he'd accumulated before that, and they placed him at like 11th grade. So he started high school at 11th grade when he was like 14, 15 years old, graduated like within a couple weeks or so of his 16th birthday. And by the time he was and like even when he and like his last year of high school was like part at WCC to begin with, because that's just how a lot of people do it in the Ann Arbor area, especially like if you're taking a bunch of advanced placement classes in high school. So like I said, like his last year of high school was already like half the day at Washtenaw Community College. And so like, of course he was being a TA at 17. It's just like, yeah, I mean, you gotta admit that's kind of unusual. So, so yeah, like clearly he had been homeschooled up until like, high school. And by the time he went into high school, he barely needed it, like more than a couple years. And I get the impression that it was more for socialization reasons than, whatever. So yeah, like some kids thrive in homeschool. but most are better off at public school. Yeah, I went to Catholic school, and while, yes, was the curriculum that I got my last year of Catholic school was already like so far ahead of what I was, stuck learning in 7th grade when my father remarried and we moved to rural um, Lenawee County, and I was starting junior high in 7th grade, and suddenly it's like, I already learned this in like 4th and 5th grade. Why do I have to learn this again? I learned this in 4th and 5th grade. But yeah, because I went to Catholic school beforehand, my father was not about skipping me grades, and that's when my ADHD became a problem. And I mean, I'm not saying that I was like the easiest kid to have in school before that either. But I went to such a small school, um, and like I went to such a small school that we were able to work around it in some ways. Anyway, but yeah, the so it's like you do not need control over your own life as a kid. You need to go to school, and yeah, you're probably going to have somebody making you go to school. It's probably going to be your parents, but like you have a right to autonomy as a child. Autonomy over your own body is not the same exact thing as control over your own life. It is control over one aspect of your life, and as a child, that's all you need is your right to bodily autonomy, that nobody should be allowed to touch you in a way that makes you feel uncomfortable. And I've talked about this before in a stream from, I want to say, like sometime this summer, where probably my last stream before the Ethel Gate, which was about 4 months ago, so August or September maybe. So yeah, like late summer thereabouts. And is like young kids are usually very good at recognizing feelings that, like, especially if somebody is touching them in a way that they don't like. They're very good at recognizing that they are uncomfortable, but they don't have the vocabulary to articulate that very well, and they don't have the confidence that comes with being even just a few years older to feel immediately comfortable with going to a trusted adult about that. If it's not your parents, then hopefully a teacher, right? Which is why age appropriate comprehensive sex ed is necessary for all children as young as preschool. And like when we're talking about like 4, 5, 6-year-old kids in preschool and kindergarten, you're going to be teaching them the names of their body parts and teaching them like very basics about consent. Like, okay, if somebody wants a hug and you don't want to give them a hug, you should not give them a hug, and they should respect that you do not want to give them a hug, right? Basics of consent, right? It's like when like when my niece is around and she wants to pet the cat, but like one of my cats is clearly not in the mood, and I can tell from the cat's body language that this cat is not in the mood. Usually Phoebe's really nice with people. Nigel is a bit more of a grumpus, but sometimes Phoebe is just not in the mood, right? Especially since we've gotten the kitten. Phoebe has like had it up to here with the kitten's BS half the time, right? And the other half the time she's had it up to here with his nonsense. But yeah, like, if one of the cats is like clearly not in the mood for being petted, and I could tell from the cat's body language that, that was like, I'm just like, oh, no. You can tell from the way he's got his ears like going flat like that. That is a cat who is not happy. He does not want pettins. Do not give him pettins, or he's going to be very angry, and he might hit you because that's the only way he knows how to communicate it, because he's a cat, right? But yeah, like you teach, like 4, 5, 6-year-old children, like basics of consent, like even like. And this is one of the reasons that my stepmother, who was doing her her work as a social, going to school for social work degree, like why her interest was in childhood development, and she was working on like a big paper that was concluding that, like, the conclusion that she came to is children who are raised in families with pets, especially larger mammals. So we're talking about cats, dogs, horses to an extent, right? Because it's rural Lenawee County, Michigan, right? So children who are raised in families with pets tend to develop a sense of empathy 2 to 3 years earlier than children who are not raised with pets. And this, this proves especially true if the children, as young as possible, take part in taking care of the pet, right? So, like, a 2-year-old, 3-year-old child can help scoop kibble for Doggo in the morning, or the cat, right? Yeah, like, you probably don't want to let a 2 or 3-year-old help clean the kitty litter box because, like, 2-3-year-old children, might want to do it with their hands, their bare hands, and not a scoop. And, depending on the brand of cat litter you've got, some of the clumps can get kind of heavy. So, wait until they're about, like, maybe 8 years old or so to have them help with the litter box. But, a 2-3-year-old child can help scoop up kibble in the morning for kitty cat. A 2-3-year-old child, I mean, hell, like, even like a baby who's still in the stroller, right? Can go out with you when you take the dog for a walk, right? And so these children will be like, hey, they're learning, they're learning about, like, not only, like, how to take care of somebody besides themselves that, is not, like, in the area of, like, parentification, which is, like, where you're expecting, like, older children to, help care for the younger children in the household. We're talking about, like, we're talking about, like, 2-3-year-old children who are learning chores, right? Who are learning basic chores that just happens to be, a caretaking kind of chore, right? So, so kids raised with pets develop a sense of empathy a little bit earlier than kids who are not. It's on par with kids who are raised in multi-generational households developing empathy sooner. So it's like, if the grandparents live in the same home as the parents and the siblings, children tend to develop a sense of empathy about 2 to 3 years earlier. So it's not like those are compounded when you're raising the children with both grandparents and pets. It's like grandparents and pets. It's more like 3 to 4 years earlier, right? So it's not like, like 4 to 6 years earlier. It's more like 3 to 4 years versus 2 to 3 years, right? So, so it's not like you can compound the empathy development in your children, right? But teenagers, unlike small children, so small children are really good at recognizing this does not make me comfortable, but they're very bad at recognizing, or they're very bad at knowing how to explain it to people, even adults that they trust. And if it's another adult that they're supposed to trust, that can make it even weirder for them. So, it's good to, like, have a neutral party, ideally a teacher, rather than, like, rather than just a parent, and, where, like, the only, adults a kid is going to be otherwise exposed to are, like, adults in the family and some, and, a number of family friends. I'm not assuming all family friends, because like, if I'm having my niece, over for a weekend or something, there are some of my friends where it's like, I trust them not to diddle, right? If I suspected any of my friends were like that, they would not be my friends for very long. I would probably confront them about my suspicions or outright allegations if I hear any, but whatever. So, like, it's not that I trust. It's not that. It's that I don't trust my friends not to say something. Just, like, not to completely forget about, like, censoring themselves, right? So it's like, I've got a couple friends where I'm not sure if I can trust them to censor themselves until, in which case, I'm probably not going to want my niece around them until she's at least 12. So we're looking at about another 3 years or so. But, after that, it's like, okay, you're 12. You have the sense to know what not to repeat in front of other adults. And you have the sense to know if my friend says anything stupid and I pull him aside, you're gonna know why I pulled him aside, right? So it's like, okay. So yeah, the 100 billion quadrillion warnings. Josh said, barely used Discord before that. I do not blame you for that. Discord is a wacky place. Yeah, Discord is not a safe space for teens. But as I said on my last, was my last stream or the stream before that? I think it was the stream before that. Is like, so like, there's my Mishigoths Discord server where it's, right now it's so small in use that I'm just assuming everybody's gonna. I just want everybody to like practice, basic good sense. Does that mean that like teenagers may show up? Probably. At the same time, I would feel like a hypocrite for saying, like absolutely no teenagers at 18 plus only, because when I was in high school in the 90s, I did occasionally go to clubs using fake ID, but I didn't get caught. I don't know. I'm sure there were a couple bouncers who knew that that there's that I was at least under 18. But that's another story for another time on why it was on why I was in a safer position to not be singled out as being potentially underage. But anyway, it's just like the main reason I did not get booted from clubs for being underage is because I knew how to keep my shit together within the in the clubs, right? So it's like, if you know how to behave yourself and you are mindful of the fact that sometimes adults don't have your best interest in mind, even if they do think you are at least 18, because I don't know how old kids look half the time. Like right now I'm just like, yeah, it is nominally 18 plus, but nominally would imply I've explicitly said so. So it's like implicitly 18 plus, but I'm not going to be too hard and fast on that until I have to, right? Because like I said, I had a friend who I knew from a local all ages goth meetup that I used to do. It was at a game store, and it was just basically a board game night, right? It was a board game event that was like every other week, so like twice a month it was a board game night, and it was all ages, and I felt fine having it. I felt fine hosting that all ages because one, it was at a store, right? It was at a game store in town, in downtown Ann Arbor. So I got hair stuck to my lipstick. That's why I keep farting around with my lips right now. Seriously. And so and I knew where I was going after this. I would if there were, if if it was like one of the weeks where somebody younger than my friend who was like 17, but then like he turned 18 after about like 6 months or so. So it's like, if there was somebody younger than my 17-year-old friend who showed up that, a week, I think one time we had somebody who was like 15 show up, and like their mom showed up, and, first she went to the guy at the counter, like, oh, where's this gothic board game night? Oh, just, those guys over there in the corner there. And I was just like, so I just say hi, and like, yeah, like the store closes at like 10 on game nights, on Fridays and Saturdays. So, or like, no. The game room was open until midnight on game nights, right? So it's just like, so like we usually start packing up around 10 or so, unless, a game is like really getting going. But, like, here's my number if you have any concerns. Like, I don't know, like I would obviously like recommend you come pick them up, like when you say you're going to come pick them up. If you're not here, if you're not here until like almost midnight or so, I will stick around even if everybody else is taken off. But yeah, so it's like, I'm trying to be the responsible adult in my 30s, right? And so yeah, like I said, I've been to all ages goth, subculture events in the area. I know how to behave myself around kids. I am going to trust most of the people I know how to behave themselves around young people. And if I get wind of anybody misbehaving, like, first off, that's going to ruin it for everybody, right? Secondly, they're going to go, and I'm going to be coming down, and I'm going to be like explicitly saying, like, look, hey, okay, look, now I guess this has to be an 18 plus Discord server, because there are some people on the internet who cannot, act right around kids, and I would just rather, make it explicitly 18 plus, and, then have to deal with everybody's bullshit when a teenager shows up. So yeah, it's like, yeah, I know that there are going to be teenagers on the internet. I'm sure that there are teenagers who are going to be watching my stuff, even though I swear heavily, and I talk about stuff that would, if not for YouTube censoring, Hays Code nonsense, would probably just barely make it into an episode of SVU. Like, that's the kind of mouth I have. I stream topless a lot of times, because why? I frickin' can. I'm an adult man. I can strut around without a shirt on if I want to. But yeah, like, so like, yeah, I know there are going to be teenagers on the internet. I know there are going to be teenagers who will fudge their age on the internet because, they want to be in adult spaces. But if I find out that was you, and especially if it gets to a point where, like, I have to explicitly, point out, where I have to explicitly make the Mishigoth's Discord server, 18 plus, even though we're only going to be, even though it's going to be like PG-13 discussions, or, safer, just because, it's like, that's just the way it has to be, I guess. But it's like, I don't go out of my way to make my YouTube channel, or even my music. My music is definitely not appealing to, like, teenagers. My music is appealing to old farts like myself who remember the heyday of Diamanda Galas and John Cage and shit. That's who my music appeals to. It appeals to, like, it appeals to old farts in the avant-garde, right? It appeals to, like, it appeals to, like, 40, 50 something avant-goth, musicians. Usually it's other musicians who listen to my music more than, music fans. Like, like, that's the kind of musician I am. I'm not even a musician whose work appeals to teenagers. Like, I hope to God my YouTube videos don't, broadly appeal to teenagers, other than, like, when I'm going on about history about the scene and they just want to learn something, in which case, like, fine, that's fine. I'm making this, like, for a YouTube audience, which, yeah, is going to include some teenagers, whether I want it to or not, but, that's just how it is. Whereas Ethel, though, Ethel will explicitly say that her Discord community, is a safe place for teenagers and CSA survivors, and especially young CSA survivors who are either still teenagers or very young 20-somethings. People who are still neurologically developing, like, and I mean, yeah, like, like, neurologically, I don't know, neurological development is it's a really interesting subject, but it's not one that I can go into all that much depth about, because, like, my knowledge about it is limited. I'm not a neurologist. My best ex was not a neurologist. He was a microbiologist who really loved the herpes viruses. He did one of his master's papers on the, on just, like, the broad herpes virus family, so including herpes zoster, both herpes simplex, and I think there's a couple other herpes viruses too. But okay, Josh says, used to watch Owen. Oh, I love Owen Morgan. Oh yeah, that's right. I did mention that Ethel runs her Discord server like what Owen calls a level 2 high control group / personality cult. Used to watch Owen for his commentary on religion, cults, and Jehovah's Witnesses. Yeah, most of what I know about Jehovah's Witnesses comes from Owen Morgan, who is probably way hotter than he realizes. I think he's hot. I would like to touch him in ways inappropriate for YouTube, consensually, of course, but that doesn't mean it's, not going to be contextually inappropriate for YouTube, right? But yeah, like he's probably brutally heterosexual, which is just like a shame. Nobody that hot should be straight, but oh well, life is what it is. Anyway, but yeah, like everything I know about Jehovah's Witnesses almost everything I know about Jehovah's Witnesses comes from him, and that's why, like I know he said that the Jehovah's Witnesses will let a lot of the celebrities associated with their church get away with stuff that the common everyday JWs won't get away with. But at the same time, Jehovah's Witnesses are fundamentally a cult. I think Owen at one point, like early on in his YouTube stuff, when he was still like going, like when he was still doing videos about, that early video series about the various different denominations of Christianity and deciding if it was a cult or not, or like if the main tenets, could easily fall under Stephen Hassan's cult index, bite model, right? I think he said that like Catholicism at least toes the line on whether or not it is a cult. So, but at the same time, it's like Jehovah's Witnesses under the bite model, at least if you're listening to Owen Morgan talking about it, it is definitely a cult. And there's always a point where, where a cult will like give celebrities, more than just an inch. But if the celebrities are going too close to a mile, the cult will cut them off. So, I think, and the reason I bring this up is because when you look at like the last 5 years of Prince's career before he passed in 2016, he was getting into some really esoteric, like quasi-Gnostic stuff. Like there is a oh shit. There's an early Christian, when it was like when there were a lot of little Gnostic mini sects of early Christianity, like before the Nicene Council in Rome in whatever year it was, I don't know. It's like maybe the 800s or something like that. But anyway, so yeah, like, and there were some early there were some Hindu sects from around that time, because there was some trade between the Roman Empire and India, and I see it described as Christo-Hinduism or Vedic Christianity or something like that. Like, I see a couple different names for it. That it's like in some ways it's Gnostic Christianity that's been influential in this like very particular kind of obscure sect of Hinduism from around that time. And I think Prince was getting into some of that, because you see that like in the last 5 years of his life, he adopted a lot of Vedic imagery, which I know from listening to ex-Jehovah's Witnesses going on and on about what everything that Jehovah's Witnesses consider pagan. That would have crossed a line. That would have crossed I am certain that would have crossed way too many lines for the Jehovah's Witnesses, that I think his local Kingdom Hall just like quietly disfellowshipped him. And just, but still, like a cult will exploit their past connections with him to bring people in. And just like not talk about the fact that he was quietly disfellowshipped like sometime in the last 5 years, if not slightly earlier than that. Because like when you've been a fan of Prince as long as I have, which like since I was about like 9 or 10 years old, like I got the tattoo shortly after he died, right? So like when you've been into Prince as long as I have, you realize that the dude, there is not a single album of his where he does not have a song somehow about Abrahamic spirituality, right? He is he has always been a spiritual seeker. He grew up Seventh-day Adventist, was a lifelong vegetarian who I think in the early 90s transitioned to vegan, just like, like on ethical grounds. But, like his mother was one of the Seventh-day Adventists who was a strict vegetarian. So like she and her kids were strict vegetarians when he was growing up. So, like he'd sometimes have cheeses, I think maybe occasionally seafood, but otherwise lifelong vegetarian, who went vegan in the 90s sometime. And like I said, like also a lifelong spiritual seeker. Like he knew from high school onward that he didn't really get along with the Seventh-day Adventists. So I don't think he was like ever really like formally considered a part of their church. And I know Seventh-day Adventists aren't one of the they don't shun people as eagerly as Jehovah's Witnesses do. Like you gotta really like shit, like John Harvey Kellogg, who is the reason that people that infant circumcision is so widespread in the United States as it is currently. He was kind of like he was associated with the Seventh-day Adventists, but even the Seventh-day Adventists thought he was just getting a little bit too weird for them. So I don't think they call it disfellowshipping or excommunication, but he was just like, kind of just like they kind of tried to distance themselves from him after he started going off on his own weird direction about everything. And but like, none of the people who were Seventh-day Adventists along with him shunned him, right? They just gradually got less and less comfortable with how weird he was getting. So so yeah, it's like so like he always had the support of his family, like even, like when he decided, what, I know I was raised in this church, but I don't think it's for me. There's a lot of things where I'm just like kind of like I think I want to read some more about things and, like get a real sense of spirituality. I've gotten into conversations with Lyft drivers in Detroit about this, going from like Smalls to City Club or something. Yeah, one of my most recent ones about Prince was like back in October, I think. And like we were going on about how, like Prince, there was a couple churches, like formally recognized churches that he was associated with during his lifetime. But even that Lyft driver back in October didn't think Prince died a Jehovah's Witness in good standing, because he was just like, yeah, I had some friends who were part of the JWs for a while, and then they realized just like how crazy it is. And and I don't, and Prince was a weird little guy, but he wasn't that crazy. So yeah, like I know a few people, or at least, I've had conversations with a few people who kind of agree with me on this, that there is no way Prince died a Jehovah's Witness in good standing, that, we think he was quietly disfellowshipped by his local Kingdom Hall in Minneapolis and just like asked not to return. But of course, because he hadn't updated his will, there's still a number of songs he wrote for the Jehovah's Witnesses organization that they now own the rights to after his death. But the rest is, just kind of like fell into the copyright of a number of family members. I know his family members have been, his surviving family members have been kind of going back and forth at each other about this for a while. I don't know if they still are. I've kind of like, at some point, it just feels ghoulish and all that. Okay, Josh says thumbnail for one of the. Oh yeah. If enough people have fallen out of the stream tonight, I think I'll continue with that. If not tomorrow night, then so Wednesday, if not Wednesday night, then Thursday night, I think I'm gonna like go. I think I'm gonna try to stream every other night for a while, see how that goes. Yeah, except the nights I'm at City Club. If I'm gonna be at City Club for the night, I'm not streaming just because, like, no, that's my club night. Okay. Then Cute Gut says, Ethel, Ruin Courtney and all my critics are evil stalkers. Poppy, Rowan, Courtney, and all my critics are evil doxers. Why didn't these two get along again? Because they're two narcissists who don't want to share space. That's basically it. They're two narcissists who are too narcissistic for each other. There you go. Oh yeah. Gomez and Morticia are goals. Oh, absolutely. Like I said. Oh god, Levi is Ethel Xena. Oh god, I said Ethel, like evil. Yeah. Levi is Ethel Xena. Oh god. I don't know who that's more insulting to. I don't know. Whatever the hell Xena's doing in the bathroom for like 10 hours a day, maybe it's insulting Levi. Like, I kind of get the impression that, Levi had so much more of his own personality during like the first 6 months he and Ethel were doing the live stream show that they were doing weekly for a while there. But then after about that point, he just full on morphed into Ethel's mini me. So and I know just from having a really good memory about shit that that he got involved in Ethel's Discord community because, you know, he also had some significant child abuse that I don't remember the details of, and if I did, I wouldn't feel comfortable sharing, that info beyond that. I know he's made some references here and there to it on the old live stream show they did for a bit there. So yeah, if you want to know about that, like, he talks about it on the VODs of old streams, so it's not like I'm, like, dropping any arcane knowledge that, an actual stalker would, would be privy to, because it's not like it's private it's not like it's private information that he hasn't already shared himself, right? In a relatively public way, right? So, okay, yeah, this is where Cherry Berry says that she's never heard of Ethel, and you are lucky to have never heard of Ethel before tonight. Josh says that he thinks Ethel's middle name is Olivia. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. I would be equally unsurprised if it was legitimately of, as an OF of. But that's just because Ethel is like obsessed with the E of T, whatever the E stands for, which is usually essence, and whatever the T stands for, which, varies sometimes wildly, but it's E of T, whatever, right? So, like, of is the middle in every other thing. It would be hilarious if Ethel's middle name was of, but, Olivia is probably the most realistic thing, because, like, I'm sorry. There's, like, no way Ethel's middle name does not begin with the initial O. There's no way. Ethel's middle name does not begin with the letter O. If it begins with any other letter, I will send Ethel $5 because that's what I can afford. But yeah, like, if Ethel wants to make an easy $5 off of me, just tell me what your middle name is, bitch. And it better not begin with the letter O. If it begins with any letter besides O, that's how you get $5. It can begin with A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. If it begins with any of those 25 letters, Ethel gets $5 from me. If it begins with an O, I keep my $5. Because that's what I can afford. And the only reason I said something about $170 now, let's see, now 16 months ago, so over a year ago, is because my cats and I were living in a tent. In fact, I remember I was in the tent the night I made those shit tweets. The night I shit posted those tweets, I was in my tent. This was this was before the roof got caved in from the snow. Oh wait, no, this was October 2023. So no, October 2023. 2023. So this would have been even before we were at that location. This would have been when we were in the woods behind the Target, right? So I remember what I was doing when I made that fucking tweet. and yeah, because as I said in 2 streams ago, if Ethel wants to consider my appallingly sharp memory for shit, for like basically everything, then Ethel is saying that, and if Ethel wants to use that, my appallingly good memory for complete nonsense, as evidence of, being a dangerous stalker, then because what I remember about Ethel is more in the realm of remembering facts, which is semantic memory, which is what people with autism, like herself, tend to have good memory for. People with ASD, like herself, tend to be less good, but again, it's a spectrum, so it varies. Tend to be less good with episodic memory, which is memory of your own personal experiences. So like details of that will get like a lot more muddied and clouded if you have less good episodic memory, whereas I've got excellent episodic and semantic memory, so I'm good at remembering both experiences and facts. And since what I'm remembering about Ethel is more in the realm of semantic memory, aka memory recall for facts, because it's stuff I read on the internet in print, on Discord, or absorbed in from one of Ethel's videos, much like a PBS educational TV show. Ethel is saying that being autistic, which I'm not, I've been tested a number of times. All I've got is ADHD, mixed presentation, and CPTSD. Turns out that sometimes symptoms that maybe even aren't official symptoms of autism, but like what the ASD community has noticed tend to be like tendencies in people with ASD, but plus there's like a big overlap of people with ADHD and ASD, so that could also trip up a lot of false positives on people who are like doing a vibe check and trying to figure out if I'm autistic or not. It's like, no, it's just like brutally unmanaged ADHD, which has actually been like feeling a lot worse this last couple of weeks because they can't get my Adderall in stock at the Walgreens. So I've been off my Addies for the last couple of weeks, and I am losing fight all the time because one of the things that my Adderall helps me with is my working memory. So, and that is how I misplace everything. I seriously spent an hour this is one of the reasons that I had to bump my time back, which is why I couldn't get out of the place in time to get back here by even 6:30 or 7, which is why I had to bump it to 8:30 and eventually 9:30 tonight, is because I spent a good hour and a half before I left to go do my chores today outside the apartment. I spent a good hour and a half thereabouts looking for shit. Now I'm forgetting what the hell I was looking for. It was I was looking for something that ended up like just being on the opposite corner of my bed. Like, what the hell was it now? Oh, it was this. It was the thing. I basically got a new one of these. I started this like back at the old apartment in downtown Ipsy when I was, before I got priced out in 2021. So yeah, like I was looking for that for about an hour and a half today before I left because I wanted to work a little bit on it on the bus if it were possible. So, like I said, I was looking for this for an hour and a half, and it was like, on it was on the opposite corner of my bed, like directly behind the laptop. So, and I'm looking all over the place for about an hour and a half for it because I have like no functional working memory this last week because like that's how that's how Adderall helps my brain function a bit. Yeah, cherry berry. Yeah, frenemy. I know I know the concept of frenemy. It's just like no. Ethel is not even a frenemy. I cannot stand Ethel Thurston. I really can't. I haven't been able to I've been able to just about tolerate share any kind of internet space with Ethel. Shit, I was barely using her Discord when, she banned me in 2021, early 22, something like that. I was barely using her fucking Discord because, like, I have like most people, they have like a 16-ounce pint glass as a tolerance for bullshit at any given time. Especially if it's around like certain people who really like push their buttons online, either online or in person. Like there are some people where like, there's a lot of people where your tolerance for their BS is like a 16-ounce pint glass. My tolerance for Ethel's BS on any given day is between a 1-ounce shot glass used behind the counter by baristas at like some of the better coffee places than Starbucks. So my tolerance for Ethel's BS on any given day is somewhere between a 1-ounce shot glass and a 4-ounce whiskey glass. That's my tolerance for Ethel on any given day, is about like 25%, max of my tolerance for most other people's BS. Like most other people, like non-friends we're talking about. Like if you are not a friend of mine, but you're an acquaintance that I kind of tolerate, I can tolerate your BS about a 16-ounce pint glass worth. Ethel's BS, we're talking on a good day, a 4-ounce whiskey glass. On a less good day, a 1-ounce espresso shot. Like, that is my tolerance for Ethel. Like, Ethel is not even frenemy, which is like, like the brothers on Malcolm in the Middle. They love each other, they care about each other, but they will also, but like, give them a reason. They will think nothing about, I wouldn't say give them, they will think nothing about it, but it's like, like they can hate each other as much as they love each other, right? Like that is the general understanding of like frenemy characters. Or even like Tammy Larson on Bob's Burgers relative to Tina Belcher, right? Yeah, it's obvious that Tina and Tammy are like barely friends, if you can even describe them as that, because Tammy is just like kind of bitchy and a total snob, and Tina is just pretty chill, but they've also had each other's backs at times. So yeah, it's like no, Ethel, I don't even think of Ethel that way. There was at one time, and I have been like, sometimes when I think back at it, I find it appalling, like how much I was willing to give Ethel the benefit of doubt for a while. Like even in the middle of the bullshit she tried starting with Rachel Oates. I mean, she didn't try, but she did start with Rachel Oates, and it was just like absolutely vicious to Rachel Oates. For most of that, I was still willing to give Ethel the benefit of the doubt until a lot more shit came to surface that I just could not, that I was like, okay, if I knew this person in real life, and it later came to light to me that they were being this cruel to somebody else, I would not want that person in my life. I would want to be as far away from that person if I, were even just to like bump into them at the club during a concert or something, I would want to like immediately teleport myself to the opposite side of the room because so like when a lot more shit during her bullshit with Rachel Oates that she was doing to Rachel Oates came to my attention, I just found Ethel a lot less sympathetic and far more frustrating. And the longer Ethel's online, social media presence continues, the more I find her more frustrating than sympathetic, and like frustrating at best. Like, I find her frustrating at best because because I do admit that, yeah, she had a traumatic childhood. At the same time, that's her shit to take care of. She's not the reason she had a traumatic childhood. That is the that is the fault of the adults that caused that to her. But just because she had a traumatic childhood doesn't mean that she gets to traumatize others. Because that is her shit to take care of. That is her shit to talk to her therapist about and think of, reasonable solutions and and just like be a better person to be around. So anyway, all right. Cute Guts continues. After Cherryberry tells me that my hair is fabulous. Thank you so much. I'm pretty self-conscious about my hair these days. It has been the condition of my hair has been getting better since I've been, back in an apartment, which is good. Some days it seems like, my hair's been recovering more slowly than other days, but it is what it is, right? So anyway, Cute Guts says, Ethel is definitely a fake progressive. Absolutely. Totally does discriminate based on race, religion, / not being one of the good minorities behind the scenes. Oh, really? You're saying behind the scenes. Okay. If you have anything that you can show me about behind the scenes, Halo 1334, so HALO 1334 at hotmail.com. That's the email address variant that's less likely to, have hyperactive junk filters. So yeah, feel free to send me screens if you have them, or if you know who has them, refer them to my email address, because I would love to put some of this shit on display for people who have only seen, who have only seen, like, at this point, like, I know enough about how Ethel operates, like, just like as a freaking person, but it's like I'm short on receipts, but I can still feel I can confidently say that the way she treated Rachel Oates is the tip of the iceberg. Ethel's failed extortion, failed extortion attempt against Vangelina Skov, or as Ethel says in her first video about Vangelina Scow, because Ethel can't be bothered to even read a person's fucking name right. I wonder how badly she mispronounces my name in her video about me, which I might not get to tonight. It's already getting kind of late. I'm actually surprised the cats haven't started yelling at me for dinner yet. Because it's been 2.5 hours. Okay. But yeah. If you've got any behind the scenes stuff, from Ethel about this shit, feel free. Like I said, send me screen caps if you've got them, or if you know anybody else who has them. By all means. Josh, cat photos. Yeah. Somebody on the old RPGNet forum wanted a trigger warning over cat photos in a thread of pet photos. So it's like, child, no. First off, you're coming into a thread about pet photos, not a thread about dog photos where cats, are being inappropriately posted. And I'm not saying inappropriately because people are showing their cat's weird spiny wiener. Yes, cats have spiny wieners. Look it up. They have barbed wieners. The barbs face the barbs face inward toward their body, which is why females will scream at the end of coitus. So yeah, I'm not saying inappropriately posting cats, for their spiny ears. I'm saying if it is a thread of dog photos and somebody's posting a cat photo in there that is not a cat with their dog, then I'm sorry, you're inappropriately posting cats in a dog thread, right? But no, it was just a thread for broad brush pet photos. So people were posting their lizards, their gerbils, their cockatoos. I don't know, maybe. I mean, this wasn't how I knew the woman who inherited one of the Freds from Beretta, but but I'm sure somebody had a cockatoo. I used to know a woman with an African gray parrot that knew how to pick locks. The parrot is probably still alive because parrots live well into their 80s, if not a little bit older, with proper care. But yeah, African gray parrots are smarter than any bird that size has any right to be. But any bird that's not a crow has any right to be. African grays are smart as shit, and it's kind of maddening. That parrot also gave her ex-husband's cat PTSD from picking the lock to his cage, getting out of the cage while they were both at work, and terrorizing this cat. They had a nanny cam to prove that it was no, the parrot is giving the cat PTSD. The cat was then briefly rehomed with the now ex-husband's parents for a bit, and then they divorced, and so he moved back in with his mom and his cat. So, but yeah. Cute Gut says, yeah, anything can be triggers. My neurodiversity can't handle big numbers. Does that mean people shouldn't do math? Right? Yeah, like a trauma trigger or other adverse mental health trigger can be literally anything. There is no way to predict what somebody's triggers are going to be. So if warn people about sensitive content, if it's going to be if it can be an episode of SVU that you're about to talk about, by all means, just give a broad warning that hey, this is going to have some sensitive topic, this is going to be a sensitive topic that I need to vent about. It is in the realm of an SVU episode, kind of material, or even just say it's going to be I'm going to be broadly venting about some sexual violence from one's past, right? That is fine, but the more detailed the trigger warnings are, the more likely it is to stress out somebody with a PTSD brain. So all of the 24 trigger warnings per vent post on the Essence of Thought Discord server, that is doing her fan community more harm than good. And the reason she's okay with that is narcissistic control. This is just giving her more narcissistic fuel in terms of just control. She wants people who are especially stressed out, because it is easier to control people who are anxious and scared. That's why moral panics are relatively successful for the times that they exist. That's why anti-trans legislation is getting passed so easily in the United States. That's why even just broad anti-queer legislation is getting passed so easily in the United States, because Republicans have been very successful at breeding anxiety and fear into people, because it makes them easier to control. So that's why Ethel is perfectly okay with these matryoshka Russian nesting triggers, all over her Discord server, because it is making the teenagers and young 20-somethings who haven't gotten over her bullshit already, who haven't yet gotten fed up with her bullshit. It's making them more anxious and therefore easier for her to control. That's all she wants. It's just narcissistic fuel for her. And yeah, the fact that it's not that she doesn't want to exploit these people, sexually, okay. So that doesn't mean it's not just as damaging, if not arguably more so. And the reason I say arguably more so is because like I said, a lot of people seem to have a psychologically easier time understanding that kind of intimate violence than they do abuse for the sake of control. Especially when it's a lot of the narcissistic mind games that you see people on Reddit, talking about that their own parents did with them. That is a lot harder for people to wrap their heads around, because it's what are you getting out of this? Because the average person like can't imagine. So like, when it's like the kind of like, when it's the kind of the kind of physical violence that I had, as like my primary child abuse as a kid, like it's easier, like it, like a lot of people will rationalize that as anger. And, like when my dad, realized that, like I was a teenager and it's less socially acceptable to hit teenagers. Granted, he still did it a lot, but at that point, he switched his method to emotional, emotional and other forms of physical control. Like he thought confinement was like a good thing, was a good way to raise teenagers. Like I had to like basically like beg my stepmother every other week to go like ride bike, go like ride my bike into town and hang out with a couple of my high school friends, like every other weekend or so, or we'd, go, with, like somebody's like older cousin or, older sibling who had a car, and we'd, go up to Ann Arbor for, like a day trip, just like go to the record shops and stuff, like during the school year. Then during the summer, I'd be at my eldest half sister's place on the other side of the Atlantic in London. But yeah, so it's like my dad just like switched his methods. So it's like that's where like okay, like you can understand like I can kind of understand hitting kids a bit more than I can understand like why he thought it was a good idea to put like such bizarrely strict restrictions on my access to a social life. Because like you can understand like hitting a kid as like, okay, you're being a mouthy little kid, your mom, or like at least when you're older, right? When you're older, you can understand like, okay, I was a mouthy little kid, like I don't think it's right, but I can at least understand like why my parents would sometimes get so frustrated they'd smack me, or like if I was being especially obnoxious, why they would like turn me over their knee and like paddle my ass with the board that had the holes drilled into it, right? That doesn't make it acceptable, but it does make it easier to understand because, like children can be frustrating. like every parent will agree, children can be frustrating, but you owe it to your kid to manage your frustrations better. And yeah, to an extent, I think I know, especially after my dad's head injury when I was about 10. No, I was younger than that. I was like 9. When my dad has head injury, especially, he definitely had anger management issues, but it wasn't all about anger management issues. I mean, to his credit, my dad did apologize. Eventually. And it wasn't like a deathbed apology either. So I knew this wasn't an old guy trying to get into heaven either, right? Like this wasn't just like an old Catholic trying to square himself with God, before, however long to, like purge the rest of his sins and, to get into heaven later, right? But like then like there was some of the weirder stuff where I just can't make heads or tails of it. So it's like, so like I said, like that doesn't make any kind of child abuse okay. It just, like I said, like I think a lot of people can make more sense out of people like Poppy, who is just like way too horny for anybody's own good, especially hers. And so like, yeah, she likes to have a bit of control over her, Discord kids, as she says, because, even if she does not want to personally sleep with any one particular one of them, they might have friends who she'd want to sleep with, and and all of that, right? So it's like it. Whereas like with Ethel, it is pure control freak behavior. Let's see. Yeah, SVU. Yeah, I know SVU is Law and Order for yeah. In fact, like the working title of the show before the first episode was Law and Order Sex Crimes Unit. Oh, they're setting over the river, and I'm at just the wrong spot in this apartment to see them. Son of a bitch. Cute Gut says, gone through similar phases of not being able to do anything out of fear it would get everyone in my house mad at me when I was younger. Oh yeah, I don't know what the hell was going through my, I don't know what the hell like triggered my little phase of like not wanting to flush the toilet if I had to get up to take a shit in the middle of the night, but yeah, oh yeah. Okay, I'm assuming Josh said when he says it destroyed my mental health. He was graduating that year that we're talking about 2020, right? Oh yeah, Cute Gus says I've been scared of losing people since 2020. To be honest, yeah, I've like I lost a few friends to 2020, and not because they got physically ill either. It's because like everybody was on edge, and like and for whatever reason we're still not talking. So Cute Gut says it's almost 2025. Everyone has had a bad childhood at this point. Not everybody, but yeah, it's we're realizing it's a lot more common than previously thought. So what the hell? What the hell is this? No. What did I do? What did I do wrong? Damn it. Hide. Okay. And chat. No, chat. Why is chat overlay? What did I do to screw that up? Wait, why is it? Wait, follow us on Twitter. What is this? What is this doing now? Ticker. Lower third ticker. No. Okay, let's switch it to this one then. Okay, I know this is like way past like stuff, whatever. I'll take a break to get up to feed my cats in a minute, though. Josh says have to go, be back later. All right, sweet. I will see you when you get back, Josh. This was about almost an hour ago. Cupid says, to be fair, oh yeah, teenagers do love drama, and like everything is extra dramatic when you're a teenager. But yeah, like I said, I am willing to put $5 on the line if somebody is, if somebody wants to like bring me evidence that Ethel somehow does not have more teenagers in her Discord than Poppy does, because last I knew, Ethel did have more teenagers than Poppy does in her Discord server. So of course, at this point, Poppy's been so thoroughly embarrassed by all the shit from this last year that she hasn't streamed in a few months at least. So I'm sure the I'm sure the activity on her Discord server has slowed to a crawl. But yeah. So yeah, like at this point, it's like almost a guarantee that Ethel's got more teenagers active on her Discord server than Poppy does. But like I said, I'm willing to put $5 on the line that Ethel does indeed have more teenagers active in her Discord server than Poppy does, and probably has more Discord has more teenagers active on her Discord server than Poppy did at the peak of Poppy's good graces with the internet. So Cute Guts, I don't know who I consider to be more culty, J-Hubs or Mormons. Oh, tough call. I've been with 3 ex-Mormon gay or bi guys. So like 3 of my exes are also ex-Mormons, and each one was progressively more broken than the one before him. Like the first ex-Mormon, to be fair, he was a little under 10 years my senior. I think he was like 9 years older than me, or maybe just about 10 years older than me. But yeah, like he was in the area of about 10 years older than me. like myself, like we started talking that first night we were together, when because that's how it started. That's how some relationships start, right? You bang it out, and then you get to know each other. But you do a little bit of getting to know each other before you bang it out. But just because sometimes people are too stupid to bone. But anyway, yeah, like me, he's been on his own since he was 17. That's how he got. That's like how how we first clicked, right? I was talking about that, and but so yeah, like he'd been out of the LDS church, like he didn't even go on one of the missions, which like guys are expected to do between the ages of 19 and 21. And then what happens was so yeah, like he didn't even do that because he'd been out of the church since he was 17, and he'd been living with roommates, usually bandmates, since he was 17. And Mormons have such a perversely gendered culture that it has to be abuse. Like there's no other way to talk. There's no other way to parse it out. It's like it is psychologically abusive, like how strictly gendered their culture is. And I know the FLDS are like even more so, like they're like the regular LDS, like turned up to 11 on these things, right? Pentecostals are about on par with the FLDS on how strictly like gendered their culture is. Whereas like the big difference between Pentecostals and the FLDS is Pentecostals aren't polygamous. So, I mean, at least that's my understanding of how they are culturally, anyway. But yeah, like Mormon culture is so strictly gendered that it's perverse and psychologically abusive. Like my dad, Irish Catholic. So I was raised Irish Catholic. My mother's side of the family, Cornish, Anglo-Catholic. So like Anglican, but a bit more on the Catholic side, and they were a bit more Catholic on the States. Then they were interested in the Episcopal Church, which is, like Anglicans that broke from the Church of England, I guess. Of course, the Episcopal Church in downtown Ypsilanti has an England flag, has the flag to the Church of England like out in front, which I just find funny. But anyway, so yeah, like I grew up like Celtic Catholic, right? Irish on my dad's side, Cornish on my mother's, and so like especially Irish Catholic is very utilitarian when it comes to gender stuff, right? Like when it comes to stuff like household chores, it's very utilitarian, the culture, because yeah, you're having half a dozen kids at the very least, especially if we're talking like early 20th century when my grandparents were born, right? Like sure, you're having half a dozen kids at the very least, but like even if mom is nominally a housewife, she's probably doing other work that she can do at home. Like my dad's mother was a seamstress. She'd do stuff at home for under the table pay basically, but it was a steady second income that was about on par with minimum wage hour, with minimum wage hourly pay, right? For like what she'd get out of it working from home that way. I think they did file taxes on it, to be honest. I don't know. Would my aunt remember that? I don't know. I got to call my aunt tomorrow. That's what I forgot to do yesterday and today. I definitely got to call her tomorrow. But anyway, so yeah, like gender stuff. Like my dad used to sit my sisters down and say, like, even my half sister on my mom's side, like, so she wasn't his kid, but he would sit down my sisters and say, because he smoked 6 packs of cigarettes a day. You girls find yourself a man who don't know how to cook himself a meal or sew his own button back on his own goddamn shirt. He don't need a wife. He don't even need a girlfriend. He needs you. He needs me to drag him back home to his mama so she can cut the cord and teach him how to be grown. That's not a man you want to waste your time on. And like my dad has had that, mindset. Like he has drilled that into me and my sisters that like no, like anything a woman can do anything a woman is expected to do, a man should be able to do, for himself. Anything that a man can do, a woman, should be able to do if she wants to, right? That, like a housewife is like no better or worse to be than, I don't know, like a grocery store cashier or some other pink ghetto job, or even like, a high paid, physician or something, like, whatever, like none of these jobs are inherently better or worse than the other ones, except for sex work, because he was Catholic, of course. But yeah, so it's like, it's very utilitarian, right? Because, yeah, there may be half a dozen kids in the household, but that also means mom is probably going to be sick every once in a while. So, like what the kids can't do to help, pick up, where, because mom's in bed with the flu for the last couple days, dad should be able to do as well. And, and if dad does not know how to do these shit, and if dad does not know how to do these things, his father-in-law is going to come over and give him a good boxing on the ears. Because that's how Irish Catholic families work, right? You respect your wife enough to not get in her way when she's doing shit, but if she is ever in a position where she needs you to do her shit for her, for whatever reason, you better be able to do it. So yeah, like that is why I absolutely like find, like that's where I kind of like, will like, quibble with Owen when he says that like Catholics at least toe the line for being culty. And I'm like, okay, like if you want to talk about like in terms of like how ritualized everything is in Catholicism, I'll give you that it's a lot more ritualized than stuff like that like Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses. If anything, like Jehovah's are so afraid of being, of perceiving themselves as doing anything vaguely pagan that they de-ritualize so much of their lives that, like the only holiday they celebrate is Easter. And even that is like, it's not really like a celebration in the terms of like, in like what Western culture sees of as a celebration, right? It is an observance, not unlike, Memorial Day, right? But like Catholics, and yeah, like, Catholics do, have a lot of expectations on like, how a good Catholic is supposed to act. But, like when you're talking about stuff like, like how, like gendered stuff in the household and like, stuff is concerned, like other sects of Christianity are so much worse about it. And depending on the culture your Catholicism is from, like Irish Catholics, no, this is like gendered stuff is like no. Gender roles are for the rich, or at least strict adherence to gender roles is for the rich. And we're Irish, we are not rich. Overwhelmingly anti-rich. Like and only like, well, maybe not anti-rich and like nobody wants to be rich, but because like everybody admits that like, well, yeah, life would be better if we were at least a little bit, if we had a little bit more money. But it's like anti-rich, and let's like, it's this like wealth seems to, run away from the Irish, like more than the Irish, like run away from wealth, right? Like, like anti-wealth as in like anti-Christ. It's like the antithesis of wealthy people. So yeah, so traditionally anyway. So it's like no, you got to be utilitarian when it comes to like gender stuff, because it's like no, like how can you be when when you've got like half a dozen kids running around? Mom might not make it through pregnancy number 7. She's been bedridden for like the last 3 months of it. So not only like, the eldest daughters, but the eldest sons and even dad have to pick up some of the slack around the house, because like Cute Gut says after I got ranting about Mormons, narcissism is interesting, but I'd be lying if I said the Scientology parallels don't turn me away from it. Plus the Reddit community. Oh yeah, like I'll admit that like some Gnostic people fucking weird, and Scientology parallels. maybe I don't know quite enough about Scientology, but or I don't know. I'm sure it's like some of the Gnostics, where there can be some Scientology parallels. I don't know. I'll have to look up some of the stuff, but it's like I find Gnosticism just kind of like fascinating in but like kind of in the way I find like a lot of like especially like like early on in Christianity, where like the lines between Christianity um and like some of the other pagan religions of the areas were kind of blurred. Like there were some early like Christo-pagan sects, that you know some were some could be considered Gnostic, at least by modern definitions, and some clearly weren't. Like they were more pagan than Gnostic Christian, but they were still influenced by early Christianity, right? Like I find it kind of fascinating in that realm, right? Um, oh, like maybe some of the Gnostics I've seen on YouTube. I can see I can comparisons to Scientology, but was I going on about Kate Bornstein when I was making about a Brith about how yeah, like I don't know, I've been a shit poster. Oh gosh, like I said, like I've been a shit poster, but like you can also tell like when I'm taking off the shit poster hat and being a little bit serious. And one of the earliest instances of that was about like, oh god, probably close to 15 years ago now. Oh god, at least 15 years ago now. Probably longer. I want to say it was like 2007 or so. When Kate Bornstein was early on Twitter. I've been blocked by Kate Bornstein since about 2007, 2008-ish. If you don't know who Kate Bornstein is, first off, don't you dare call me old. Secondly, she's best known for her book, and I say book because it's like half memoir, half manifesto, called Gender Outlaw. It was a really famous book around like 1997. It was published like less than a year after Leslie Feinberg's Transgender Warriors, right? So yeah, it is the younger book, but not by a whole lot, by less than a year, right? So like, and they're very similar books in a sense. But they're coming from two different angles. So obviously, like Leslie Feinberg, any pronouns for Leslie Feinberg. Her widow has even said this, that I use she for Leslie Feinberg just to keep it simpler, because her widow uses she a lot more often than other pronouns. But Leslie Feinberg has also said that like you can call her he in the same sense that a lot of drag queens, AMAB drag queens obviously will go by she even when out of costume, because like they're just that they're just that comfortable with it in the drag community that people who only know them from drag spaces will still call them she, like when they run into each other at like, I don't know, Starbucks or something after hours, right? So yeah, like Feinberg, I don't think Feinberg ever performed as a drag king, but she said she was okay with people calling her he if that's how they read her more often. I don't think she ever considered. I know she at least considered FTM transitioning at one time. I don't remember if I don't know. I don't know a whole lot about Feinberg's personal gender journey, I guess, before she passed away, and even after that, I just excuse me. I don't know. Like I find both her and Kate Bornstein, who's also non-binary but AMAB, and Bornstein was also a Scientologist, like late 60s Scientologist. Like she was a Scientologist in the late 60s. She transitioned shortly after leaving the Church of Scientology, either very late 70s or very, very early 1980s. Or maybe mid 80s, I don't know, but it's like somewhere between like 1979 and 1985 that Bornstein left Scientology and shortly after started transitioning to female. But then like midway through her medical, or maybe it was shortly after her lower surgery, she decided that non-binary was like, like a better, that like her gender identity wasn't exactly female, but it definitely wasn't male, and but was probably none of the above. A famous quote of hers is that she doesn't call is I don't call myself a woman, but I know I'm not a man, which there is so much to unpack in those exact words that she chooses. But Bornstein was a Scientologist in the late 60s. And she was quickly elevated to a member of Sea Org. You did not get into Sea Org by sending in box tops. So Bornstein is like was like really like seriously like bought it hook, line, and sinker Scientology. Like she was one of L. Ron's right hand men, when she still presented as such, right? Like she was buddies with L. Ron, like for a time, like on his fucking ship that he lived on in international waters to evade arrest, right? For all of his nonsense, right? You didn't get into Sea Org by accident. You got into Sea Org by being like so devoted to Scientology. There was nowhere further up for you to go but Sea Org, right? So needless to say, Kate Bornstein does not like to be argued with. And this, like, even though she's been very anti-Scientology since leaving, you can still, like, if you know enough about Scientology, you can tell that she still retains a lot of, like, how she thought of how she thinks, like, since, from, like, while she was in the thick of Scientology. Like, she has those same thinking patterns that, like, you do not argue with her about anything, even if you are the one in the right. Like, even if she eventually comes around and admits that you were in the right, well, you still committed the gravest sin of arguing with her. And what I had the audacity to argue with Kate Bornstein about is, she was pitching Butch Flight blogs, like a blog in particular. The person who ran that old Butch Flight blog. Now, if you don't know what the term Butch Flight means, it's a specific brand of anti-trans rhetoric that has been just like absorbed into the conglomerate of TERF ideology. Whereas then, like, the idea is like, oh, they're transing all the butches into men to just like eradicate lesbianism completely, as if like the only kinds of lesbians are butches, which, like, no. And secondly, it's like you can't. That's not how that works. Like I don't even know where to begin other than saying that's not how that works. Like, that is absolutely not how that works. But anyway, Kate Bornstein was sharing this Butch Flight blog by somebody who went under the blogger handle Dirty White Boy, BOI, but they were white. So, and I know, like, a lot of people are just like, oh, BOI is an African American lesbian thing, and I'm like, in certain contexts, yes, but BOI was also printed by gay men's media, as like a, as a twink identity, as early as the mid 1990s. They're like the first established published printing of BOI as in like a specific kind of gender, identity kind of way, was from the gay men's publication, like kind of like GQ for twinks. It was called XY magazine. Like I said, it was kind of like GQ for twinks, that kind of thing, right? Like very, like a lot of like men's fashion and like, men's, pop culture kind of stuff, but for a very twinky demographic, right? Like, yeah, like, I don't know. Like, it was very much like for like, very late teens, young 20 somethings. And like I said, like it kind of like, so yeah, like I want to say it was like 1996 was, this is like the earliest published use of BOI as, some kind of like I said, like a subset twink identity. So it's like, yeah, BOI is used by a lot of African American lesbians. I'm not going to deny that, but that's not the only people who identify with that term. It's like when I get into arguments with people on Facebook, especially, who are just like, "I'm sorry, but butch has always been a lesbian term. It is not for bisexual women. It is always a lesbian thing." And I'm like, first off, shut up. Secondly, 1968 play made into a 1970 movie called The Boys in the Band. There's an early joke in that script about a hairspray that has 4 men plastered, all over the can of hairspray. And one character says to the other character, "Oh, hairspray for men. Oh yeah, it's my butch insurance." So no, it has not always been a lesbian term. It has been a gay community term. It has been a queer term. Like fucking historical revisionists who insist they are not, who insist it's everybody else who's being historically revisionist, but okay. Oh, evil Ethel. Oh yeah, that's what I slipped and said, Ethel of Thurston. Cute Gut says, semi-supported Ethel from like 2020 to 2023, mainly for the Lily coverage. But once she showed her arse by deciding her feelings were more important than Lily's victims was when, oh yeah, that's when she started losing a lot of people, which I want to, yeah, I'll agree with you, was like 2022, 2023-ish was when it became very apparent that Ethel's ego is more important to her than Lily Orchard's victims. And I love Courtney Orchard. I do. She is fun. I also love Ms. Melina, who has, somewhat infamously fallen out with Courtney Orchard. I understand the reasonings. I understand Courtney's reasons. Courtney knows that I'm willing to extend Melina some benefit of doubt because I at least understand Melina's intent to be willing to play nice with certain people, for her end goal, and that's fine. That's fine. We just I'm not involving myself beyond that, in the, rift between those two. It's like, if Courtney wants to give Melina another chance at some point, that's going to be, her decision to make. And I cannot make that for her. I'm not here to try and convince her that Melina is, a good person who, who deserves support, in spite of, things that, in spite of, being willing to play nice with Annie Gallagher, because I think it was Annie Gallagher, because I'm not here to be the peacemaker between friends and friendly acquaintances, etc. I am here to I am here to be nice to other people, especially people who are nice to me. Just because, I say especially people who are nice to me, but that's it's a bit more complicated than that. It's a bit more nuanced than that in practice. But because people you're friendly with, you're just naturally going to be a little bit more biased towards that's why I say that, yeah, I know people have, I know the cultural tides have turned somewhat on Johnny Depp, but I have an old friend. We haven't spoken, had a real conversation in a couple years, but we're still we're still friendly with each other on Facebook. He's a friend, or no, he's a friend of mine. He's a cousin of Johnny Depp's. And so I have picked up on things with conversations that Johnny Depp is a lot more complicated than a lot of people on the internet are willing to give him, the benefit of doubt for. That, like, there's a lot about his past, especially his upbringing, shaped him into who he is. I think he's a much more complicated person than a lot of people realize and are willing to give him credit for. That, like, they don't know the whole story. Plus, like, Amber Heard does have a history of relationship violence, and that is a lot more pronounced than an arguably similar history could be said of Johnny Depp. So, but I'm not here to change anybody's mind about that. Like, people are going to think what they want to think. They're going to, like, I don't personally know Depp the way my friend who's his cousin does. So, like, I know that my knowledge of Depp is limited, even within the context of, what I know about him, being a bit more privy to, like, how he, his own personality than, like, most fans like myself would be privy to, just because, like, I know somebody who is legit one of his cousins, like one of his younger cousins that he kind of used to babysit for on an emergency, like, like when they were both, like, kids, but, obviously Depp was a bit older of a teen, and, was a bit older, like, like 12, 13, when he was, like, suddenly, like, saddled with babysitting duties, etc. So it's like, so yeah, it's like, I don't know where I was going with that, but yeah, so yeah, it's like, oh yeah, Courtney, I love Courtney. Courtney's great. And, like, I did mention a couple nights ago on Courtney's live stream that I understand, like, why she has the opinion about G. Rose Blanchard that she does. That G. Rose Blanchard, could have probably just, like, stood up from her wheelchair, like, at whatever, like, Make-A-Wish thing that her mother was invited to, etc., and said, like, no, look, my mother is making me fake this, and she's abusing me at home, and this and that. It's like, yeah, but at the same time, it's like, the psychology of being an abused child can really complicate things. But I will agree that that the way that the way G. Rose went and sought out, at least seems to seek out somebody vulnerable who did have some kind of savior complex, that, like, he wanted to be, like, this knight in shining armor to, somebody, like, ideally a girlfriend, and I think there's sufficient evidence that G. Rose sought out somebody like him who, like, maybe she wasn't fully conscious of all the ways she was being manipulative about the situation, but it's definitely closer to vigilante justice than a lot of things. So it's like I can disagree with Courtney Orchard, and but like she understands that I can have a very nuanced approach to things, that, like, it doesn't always seem cut and dry to me, because I don't know, I've got a way of looking at it from, like, different angles, and I can see, and, like, I can say, like, okay, yeah, like, I was abused as a kid, not in the same way that, G. Rose Blanchard was, but enough that I can understand how child abuse can complicate things. Like, especially when you're in a position where, in theory, you could out your abuser, but you also know that this can make things complicated for yourself, because, there is that level of uncertainty. Whereas, like, if you grow up in, and see, this is why it was easier for me to leave the home at 17, like I did, because my like I said, I did notice that like there was a marked difficulty with anger management, like that increased. You know, his difficulty with anger management increased after his head injury. So I knew that my father at one time was a lot less violent and prone to, you know, being violent due to anger and frustration than he used to be. And I knew that if he that like yes, his head injury disabled him in some regards, but he also had the ability to recognize that he needed help with that. And my suspicion that he did have the ability to recognize that he needed help with that when he eventually apologized to me about it, you know, after I went a good like 5 years no contact, like at all, right? So yeah, he had the ability to recognize that before before I left 5 years before he apologized to me. It just took me being, you know, completely no contact for 5 years for him to realize, oh shit, I fucked up as a father. I need to apologize to my kid because you never know what tomorrow's going to bring, right? So whereas G. Rose Blanchard, she was in this, you know, perversely psychologically abusive household since she was a little kid. Like since she was a few months old. Like, you know, Dee Dee was, you know, exaggerating all of these little, you know, like minor health concerns that, you know, like that it would seem like a minor health concern to most parents, and a doctor would easily be able to be like no, trust me, it's not that big of a deal. It's just like it's a common little thing that happens every once in a while, you know. But like, you know, like no, like Dee Dee was hell bent on, you know, like hyping it up like beyond all reasonableness, right? So like knowing that she'd been in that kind of household since birth, basically, like for as long as she could remember, like she didn't have these like little pockets of time that she could look back on and be like, my mother wasn't always this fucking crazy. So like, you know, when you can't look back on your own childhood and find, you know, like more than just like these little like air bubbles here and there, you know, like okay, I'm gonna bring up an empty soda bottle. So it's like, you know, it's a soda bottle, right? You know, so it was carbonated before I emptied it of its beverage. So like all the little carbonation bubbles would be like these little pockets of experiences where like her mother wasn't completely crazy during those little air bubbles, right? Whereas like, you know, but like, you know, we're looking at like a full 12.5 ounce bottle of soda with like these little carbonation bubbles. So like the air bubbles, like when you look at it, like it's definitely like more beverage than it is air bubble, right? So like when I looked back like as a high school kid, it was like I was looking back at like the bottle this full of water with all the rest being air and being like no, my dad has the capacity to know that he is messing up and he is getting way more angrier beyond all reasonableness and is being abusive, and he can ask for help. So he's got all of this where he's asking for help, and then he's got this much crazy of like, you know, just like, you know, flat water. He's got this much crazy in him, but he's like all this rest air where he is being a reasonable human being. Like, and I gotta admit, like by the time I was in like junior high school, there, oh god, yeah, high school. By the time I was in high school, like a lot of my stepmother had like two rules. My stepmother had two rules. The first rule was after like before she and my dad were properly married, you know, and we moved in, you know, like a couple months before they got legally married. Her first rule was that she is a Quaker, but she is also a social worker in one of the worst counties in the state of Michigan as far as mental health care goes. So even though like when she gets home from work, give her at least 15, but ideally 20 to 25 minutes minimum, where she can unwind after her day from work, and remember that she is a Quaker and thus a pacifist. That was my stepmother's first and only rule for a good year and a half or so. Her second rule was, do not call Ray, being my father, do not call Ray during Frasier. No, not even if it's a rerun week. Because that is the only half hour that she knows that my father and I were going to get along. Like, that is the only half hour guaranteed throughout the whole week that she knew Ray and I were going to get along. My father and I were going to get along. Do not call Ray during Frasier. This rule was not for the family. This was the rule for all my dad's AA sponsees, right? And she said, like there was one time I remember where she picked up the phone, and this was like really early into caller ID being a feature. She was one of the early adopters of caller ID. Like, I think the earliest adopter of caller ID in our county. Well, one of the earliest anyway. She picks up the phone. She can tell from the caller ID number that it's one of my dad's AA people, and she says, I don't care if you are on fire. Have somebody else piss on you and call back at 9:35. After these two are done with their show and have had their own pee breaks. And then if you are still on fire, you can talk to Ray. And you can tell this, from because my dad had significant hearing loss after his head injury in one ear especially. So a lot of times the phone was just like turned up to like max volume even, and it wasn't always turned down right away. So like we could often hear like the other person on the other end of the call just from like how loud my dad had the volume turned up on the handset. And he's like, how did you? Oh, right, caller ID. But no, this is serious. This is serious. I need to talk to Ray about something. I don't care. If you're on fire, like, have your kid piss on you. They're 8 years old. They can do it. And you will talk to Ray at 9:35. And that's all I want to hear about this, because I want my half hour of peace. I want my guaranteed half hour of peace for the week. And one of my stepbrothers was over at the time, and is just like laughing because like listening to my stepmother, like his mom, like talking to this guy, and my dad is just like giving the side eye over to the phone, and like you could tell that like my dad is like, like he had this face that was just like very conflicted, like okay, like I kind of want to be there for my AA guys, but I also don't want to annoy my wife. I don't want to annoy Alice. So I'm just this is her rule. I'm like she had one rule when we moved in, and this is the only other rule like she's ever gonna have on the family is like one rule for the kids, one rule for me. Okay, this is fair. Like, but yeah, like that was like my stepmother's one rule for my dad. It's like no, his AA buddies do not call during Frasier, because that is the only half hour she is guaranteed that he and I are not going to be at each other's throats. So like I said, so if you're looking, like I said, if you're G Rose and you grew up with like your mother like having all of like being like this much crazy with these little air bubbles of carbonation like peppered throughout, where she's not completely crazy, like she seems kind of reasonable, but it's these little bubbles of air that are peppered throughout the bottle of tasty carbonated beverage, right? And that's kind of what Gypsy, Rose Blanchard grew up with, right? She grew up with a mother that was this crazy, but with like these little air bubbles of being a completely normal, healthy, like, enjoyable mother to be around. Whereas I grew up with my dad being full up to here of flat water crazy and this much air in the rest of the bottle, where I knew he could be a reasonable human being if he could just pull his thumb out of his sphincter and like go to therapy. Like it doesn't like, yes. Like, yeah, like some of his own anger management issues predated his head injury. Like, he grew up Irish Catholic, and that can be just as dysfunctional as it can be utilitarian around gender roles, right? Can be, not always, but can be. Like Irish Catholic families are near universally utilitarian about gender roles. But like, there's a lot of dysfunction too. And those that are dysfunctional families, they're just as dysfunctional as they are utilitarian with regards to like whether or not a man is also expected to know how to cook and sew and shit, right? So it's like, yeah, he had some anger management issues of, like that was here, like, and stuff. But then like they doubled that after his head injury. So about here, like it started out here and then doubled to here. But then there was the rest of the time where he was a normal, father who was not completely bonkers. It's just when this happened, like I said, that's flat water up in this bottle here. We're imagining, because I don't feel like going to the bathroom to fill up a fucking soda bottle with water, right? So like, this is flat water. This is flat water. This is not like, this is undiluted crazy here. Like this is undiluted, like, abusive parent kind of crazy, right? Like, yeah, it's anger management issues probably related to his own undiagnosed CPTSD from growing up in a dysfunctional household himself. Fair. Like up to this much. And then that doubled after his head injury. But then there's the rest of this where he has the capacity. So like, that's why it was easier for me to recognize like how abusive my father was, and even my mother, like way more than my stepmother. Like my stepmother had her own issues. But yeah, like she was a world's better parent than my mother was on a few levels anyway. I mean, I love my biological mother because she was my mom, right? But I've got a way more complicated feelings about my own mother than I do about my stepmother, which is really saying something about my mother, right? It's like, but yeah, so like that's why I can see why, like, like I said, to use like my carbonated water bottle, like my soda bottle analogy, like that's how I see that it could have been harder for G. Rose Blanchard to stand up to her mother's delusions and abuse and craziness, and find it more difficult to leave without vigilanteism, right? But yeah, like Courtney and I, like, we don't get into deep convos about that because I know I'm not going to change her mind. She knows she's not going to change my mind. I'm also, oh god, yeah, like well over 10 years her senior at this point, so I'm hoping she kind of mellows out. I don't think we're ever going to agree on the death penalty, which is fine. I don't have to agree with my friends about absolutely everything. What I am obligated to do as their friend is to at least try to understand why they think this way. And that's where I see myself going with Courtney. So yeah, like when we're talking about Lily Orchard, or the Lily Orchard coverage from Ethel, like Ethel absolutely wants to control the narrative about Lily Orchard. And like at first, like for a good long while, I was willing to think that Ethel at least had good intentions with this. That but when Courtney says to Ethel, like, look, I know that you've been in contact with, at least one victim who is probably not outrun the statute of limitations yet. And if you want to give me their contact info, it will still be completely up to them whether or not, this victim of Lily's wants to go to the police in Nova Scotia with the information about Lily Orchard, to at least have something on the legal record. Like, even within the statute of limitations, is it likely to get Lily a conviction let's be honest, probably not. Probably not. Or if it was, like, if it did get a conviction, it is just as likely to be a conviction with a deferred sentencing, right? So, probably something like, community service, be on a list for 5 years tops, but, as long as she's able to keep her nose clean, within a certain amount of years afterward, this could fall off her record or something, or, she doesn't have to, like, serve hard time. But, at the very least, it would be something on a public record in Canada that, that people could look up and see attached to her name, right? Like, it would be some matter of public record. And when Ethel said, no, because ACAB, I'm like, no. That's not for you to decide, Ethel. That is not for you to decide. That is for the victim to decide. But the victim will only have, the ability to make an informed decision if they get the information necessary from Courtney. So, no, this is completely, like Ethel is not interested in justice for Lily Orchard's victims. Ethel is interested in looking like she is the most virtuous person on the entire internet, and everybody else can just fuck off because Ethel's always the biggest victim every time. You're like, this is just like no, everybody's just making Ethel the victim, and Ethel is actually the most virtuous person in the whole world, definitely on the whole internet. Don't you disagree with Ethel? Right, Kit? Bran. Oh, you're right. Okay. I'm a little bit late. I'm more than a little bit late. I am a good hour late on giving the cat their dinner. So, let's share a screen, and I'm gonna pull up something. Oh, that's right. Hello, Bran. So, playlists. Hello. I know. Oh, you've been waiting so patiently for the last hour. Okay. So, let's see. Song ideas. Sources. There we go. View full playlist. I know you're seeing song ideas, satanic song ideas, those who cracked. I love being about as vague as I can. I know that there's going to be, times like this where I'm going to be showing like a split screen on look you. Favorites, political, philosophical, warnings, Christians are... I'm convinced that, like, evil people in history have all been Christians. Okay, so this is going to be a bit further down here. Wait. Oh, that's right. I wanted to address some shit about Kid Rock in a stream one of these days, because Kid Rock is a fucking poser. Hello, Bran. What you doing, little guy? Hi. All right. We're gonna let internet people watch some stuff while I feed you, okay, hon? Bran. They're so cute. They're such a pain in my butt.
What the victim narcissist wants. Hello, I'm HG Tudor. Those of you familiar with my work know that enabling you to understand about narcissism, I have created a classification system whereby if someone is deemed to be a narcissist, after detailed consideration of the evidence that shows certain behaviors over a sustained period of time, they are then classified as belonging to a particular sub-school and a cadre. In relation to the schools, there are 4 main divisions: lesser, mid-range, greater, and ultra. Thereafter, 3 of those divisions are further subdivided. Lesser is broken into lower lesser, middle lesser, upper lesser A, and upper lesser B. Mid-range is divided into lower mid-range, middle range A, middle range B, and upper mid-range. Greater is divided into lower greater, middle greater, and upper greater. There are similarities between the groupings and major differences. I don't use terms such as covert narcissist, grandiose narcissist, vulnerable narcissist, communal narcissist, because those terms are actually too wide and too vague. For instance, narcissists can apply to lower mid-range, middle range A, middle range B, upper mid-range, lower mid-range, middle greater, and upper greater. They all engage in some degree of covert behaviors, but to describe those as all covert narcissists would be confusing because there are major differences between those classifications. My classification system was designed to help people gain a greater understanding of the type of narcissist they're dealing with. Thus, they can reconcile what has happened to them, make sense of the behaviors, and furthermore, where necessary, understand what may or may not happen next. It's detailed and impressive. Alongside that are the cadres. Roughly speaking, the subschools determine behaviors. Cadres talk about preferences. Thus, there are 4: somatic, cerebral, victim, and elite. Now, a narcissist, for example, may demonstrate, say, 80% somatic behaviors, 10% victim, and 10% cerebral. In such circumstances, one would just classify them as somatic to avoid confusing the issue. But it is the case that with regard to the cadre, a narcissist will have a dominant category, but will have aspects from other cadres woven in there as well. It also is the case that certain aspects of the cadre will not necessarily always be seen by a particular narcissist, even if they do belong to that cadre. So, for example, you might find that you're involved with a somatic narcissist, but they're not particularly interested in money. And you would think, oh, I thought all somatics were interested in money. No, they can be interested in other factors which prove their somaticism and not have that particular element that's missing. Some somatics will tick all of the boxes. Some will have most of the boxes and will perhaps have representation from other cadres, but will still therefore be a dominant somatic. And I explain this to you to keep this in mind in relation to understanding what it is that the victim narcissist wants. Now, all narcissists have a victim mentality. It's part of the way that the narcissism functions. This is done because the narcissist has to believe that other people have it in for them, that are against them, that are causing a problem, because that then powers the narcissist to pursue the prime aims with a greater degree of effectiveness. The extent to which that victim mentality makes its presence known varies from sub-school to sub-school. With some, you'd barely see it at all. With others, it governs the day-to-day activity of the narcissist is prevalent. And you will find that the victim narcissist, by virtue of cadre, is an individual whereby all of their behaviors pander to that victim approach. They will have a victim mentality. The victim mentality links to the sub-school. But the victim requirements or preferences appear from the cadre. So, for instance, you might have a mid-range type B narcissist who is middle-range type B somatic. They have a huge victim mentality. Oh, why does it always go wrong for me? Why does everybody dislike me? Why does everything that I do go wrong? That's...
Or if you're Ethel, why does everybody always come down on me for being trans? Why? I don't know. It's just because, as a trans, I cannot exist on the internet without constantly being victimized. That is why I'm always victimized for being trans. Because let's face it, Ethel has the cadence of transfemme Ben Stein. Which, I'm going to be quite honest, is more insulting to Ben Stein than it is to Ethel. Stein deserves to be insulted. Yeah, isn't this a fitting video while we're talking about Ethel? Okay. Alright, what the shit? Okay, what the crap? Is there a way I can monkey around my goddamn... Seriously? No. Chat? No. What? Okay, that's for notes. Okay, what the hell is Restream doing, Hunt? Here. Okay. No. Okay. So, okay, is this my chat box now? Okay, Restream is trying to drive me personally insane. Okay, we've got something about Annie Gallagher. Hello. Oh, okay, yeah, and Ethel's feelings more important than Lily's victims was when cute guts. Don't have any proof of her being like, oh yeah, when she's more interested in people being the right kind of minorities. Don't got proof of her being like that. And okay, she just gives me the vibe. And even doesn't. Oh yeah. Ethel is absolutely will like drop her mask about what a racist she is in videos. Hold on. God damn it, Malcolm. I showed this a couple of streams back. Hold on. Where the hell? I'm not going to watch it from Ethel's video. I'm only going to watch it from Malcolm's reaction stream. Because I don't want to give Ethel the extra clicks. Come the crap on. Look, YouTube. All right, you're going to make me do it this way? You're going to make me... Okay. Okay, here we go.
The street as a bisexual woman and you're holding hands with your boyfriend, nobody's gonna jump you for being like a lesbian and like the D slur. Nobody's gonna call you like the S slur or whatever. Like that's not gonna happen. That's the like. Oh my god. I thought that she did debates and shit. I thought that, oh my god, I thought this would be like an easy 1, 2, 3, but I guess not. We got lost already. Damn.
Duality. Our experience as bisexual people is not merely
Of course
watered down
she's
homophobia,
bisexual too.
it is a very specific, very unique form of violence. The same is also true with regards to being non-binary. For example, I talked about on the channel before, I've had guards with assault rifles yell at me because I'm non-binary and try to appear androgynous. Every fucking subway, mall, in India has security similar to that found in every you have through an X-ray machine before stepping through a metal detector, and sadly, those lines are gendered, and there is no line. Non-binary people line, but don't have a
Okay, start eating yourself. Or you're equating non.
I'm absolutely on the same page as Malcolm with this, that, you know, like, non-binary doesn't equal androgyny. Androgyny does not be gender identity. This is why I don't see how like by default femboys and old school skag drag like I do is necessarily a non-binary gender identity. I just see it as a certain type of male identity. Part of it might be due to age, part of it might just be due to how I vibe with it. So, you know, I understand that some people do see it as, you know, a non-binary thing for them personally. And that's fine. I get along with those people just as well. I just don't see it as necessarily being non-binary for myself, and I don't see it as being necessarily non-binary for others unless other people want to see it in that way. And honestly, like, that's kind of like one of the issues that I have with people like expanding the non-binary umbrella to include things like gender nonconformity, because like that gives especially young people the idea that all gender nonconformity must be non-binary by default unless somebody says it isn't. But at the same time, it's like not all gender nonconformity is necessarily not non-binary, or I guess like binarily gendered by default either. It's just you know, it's why I can understand why some people don't see non-binary as being necessarily trans by default either. I think it's a more nuanced topic than a lot of people are willing to admit, because especially when you're arguing with people on the internet, it's often easier to argue that some things are just that a lot of things, even when they aren't, are just these like cut and dry neat categories. Like, oh, if you don't completely identify with, you know, the typical cisgender person of your you know, of your, you know, ASAB, a parent's sex at birth, then that is automatically trans. And I'm like, it could be trans, or it could be that you understand your experience as being a type of gender commonly associated with one's ASAB, but that doesn't automatically boot it off that side of the binary, right? I don't know. like I said, I think it's a far more nuanced discussion than a lot of even trans people are willing to have, just because it's easier to argue with things about, it's easier to argue a point when it's a neat little category than it is when there's a lot of nuance around a subject.
Binary to being androgynous. They're not one and the same. They're not mutually exclusive. You can be like gender conforming and non-binary. Like, I thought how you looked didn't determine your gender identity. Are we abandoning that now? Are we jumping ship? Now it's like if you look androgynous, you're non-binary. Like, did she edit this video herself? Did she?
Yes. If she did not do it herself, a volunteer from her Discord did, because Ethel does not pay other people. Because Ethel expects you to be far more virtuous than she is, about these things. Oh, if you want to do editing, it should be for the joy it should be for the joy of and support of Ethel's work. It should not be about the money, while Ethel is sitting here trying to extort money out of Vangelina Skov that nobody in their right mind would see as being in any way plagiaristic. Like, unless you're the same kind of guano-rich brain that Ethel is. Where the hell are my collagen tablets? I don't know.
She edit this video herself, dude? Are you fucking kidding me? This is...
And Ethel didn't just have this edited, but she scripted it. Keep that in mind as we get closer and closer to Ethel's racism mask slipping. She scripted this. It was edited, she reviewed it, and she uploaded it, all thinking where this anecdote about the gendered public transit queues in India is a good look.
Holy shit. And for what? 1.8k views from 3 days ago. Just getting absolutely fucking bodied. Oh my...
For reference, this video from Malcolm... shit, I hit mini player. And my laptop can barely handle streaming video. I need a new laptop, but before I do that, I need a new phone. So I usually don't like to do this kind of thing on stream. I usually just like to point out hey, if you have a few... my phone is barely being held together by the case. This is all cracked. It's peeling up from the back. It technically works. But I have to be I have to handle this with kid gloves, and like I said, my phone is being held together by the case. That's the reason that my phone hasn't crumbled and fallen out of my hands at any point. The little lens for this side of the camera will frequently fall down from where it's at, and I have to pick it up slightly by the lip of the lens on here. So, and I apparently do not qualify for afterpay payments, excuse me, for my assurance government phone low price earlier model Samsung replacement. So I have to pay a full $100 upfront plus shipping for a new phone. If you have a few extra bucks to throw away on somebody as hard up for cash as I am, please, for the love of God. I'm going to add my Ko-Fi in the chat box. /RUADHAN. Feel free to send me a few bucks to offset the cost of my phone, because I have to get Bran his vaccines so he can get neutered next month, because he is, well, first off, that's going to be when he's about 6 months old. Secondly, he really needs to get neutered because his little spiny cat wiener is about half the time when I catch him waking up from suddenly waking up from a nap, he is having some perverted dreams. He is We'll put it that way. I do not want to see this. I find myself like throwing a blanket over him like I used to do with Nigel when Worst X and I were trying to have our own private time on the bed. And Nigel likes to watch. Nigel likes to watch when it's even just me having alone time with my computer and my my nighttime movies. But Nigel really liked to watch when it was me and Worst X. So yeah, even though Bran is too young to be especially creepy about it, it still weirds me out to see his little spiny cat wiener. So I just like if he suddenly wakes up and he moves slightly and I see it just like starting to like I'll just like throw a blanket over him and I'm like, I do not want to see that, you weird little cat. You know, like like, you know, and I'm not like I like, okay, like he's a cat, so like the way he feels shame, if it is at all comparable to how humans feel it, it is it is probably going to be like a very different feeling to how humans will feel shame. But you know, it's like no, I'm just like, please, I do not want to look at that. Let me cover your sinful little body. Which like, I know it's funny because he's a cat, but at the same time, it's like, oh my god, you weird little cat. Why do my boy cats pop their weird little spiny cat wieners in my presence? I don't understand this. But yeah, like feel free to like drop me a few bucks at Ko-Fi so that I can both afford to get my cat his vaccines and replace my phone and go out to my monthly concert that I like to do as a matter of mental health. In fact, I'm going to be like placing the order for a new phone after I end tonight's stream, because I don't know if my phone is going to survive the rest of the week. Like, that is how bad my phone is. Like, that is how long my phone has been in this shape. So, but what the hell did I open up my thing for on my phone? I don't know.
My God.
Yeah,
Trans certificate because I haven't legally changed the gender marker on my UK passport to apply for one. Why? Because I don't know how doing so would impact both my marriage to Adita and subsequent spousal visa, since India does not recognize same-gender marriages. So, if I change my gender marker to one I'm more comfortable with, I risk being separated from the woman I love. So really, I have no choice but to use a male line every fucking time. Yet,
Here's an idea. Here's an idea, Ethel. You live in India. There is the Hijra caste in India. This is a unique gender caste of people, almost always AMAB, who live as a I know Hijra is often translated to English as eunuch. There are some Hijra who will go through a ritual, because I don't know what the hell YouTube is gonna, you know, like be whining about. Let's say neutering. But more accurately, Hijra would be translated to like trans feminine non-binary, because not all Hijra are eunuchs, nor do they aspire to be neutered, you know, that, you know, a eunuch would be. So like find some Hijra local to you, Ethel. And since you don't speak the language, Ethel, like you'll have your human shield, aka your wife Udita. You know, your human shield against you know, being called out for your racism, because, you know, that is the utility that Udita serves in Ethel's life at this point, more than, you know, as, you know, on a partner that she feels affection for. Do I think Ethel, at least at one point, did have some genuine affection for Udita? Yes. Do I think that has long been surpassed by Udita's usefulness to Ethel's image of, you know, of being the most virtuous person on the internet, and and that Ethel will often use Udita as a human shield against being called out on her own racism more often than I think, she shows any like genuine affection toward Udita online. Also, yes, like when I first started watching Ethel's videos, which was like 2018, 2019-ish, like just before the Rationality Rules Rachel Oates debacle, right? Udita was a part of the channel, like an active part of the channel. Not as often as Ethel was on camera, of course, but Udita used to be an active part of the Essence of Thought channel. And then, Udita finished up her law degree and started getting regular work in it. And I assumed for some reason that's why Udita took a back seat and is more started functioning more as a consultant. But this is a new-ish figure that Ethel, the one here, this is a relatively new figure that Ethel has been using for her as a ping tuber, on her ping tuber videos. This is less than 3 years old. That I know for a fact. She had another one for a while. She was also on camera a lot more often. But there's also an image on the other side of the Essence of Thought channel banner of a brown-skinned woman, ostensibly Udita, which is in the same style as this ping for Ethel. So where's the one of Levi, who has basically been Ethel's right-hand trans man for the last 5 years? A little under the last 5 years. No, a little over the last 5 years, right? So just before 2020, I want to say mid 2019-ish was when he started, being especially active on the channel as more than an editor. So where's the ping of Levi on the banner? Even though Levi has been more of a presence on Essence of Thought than Udita has in the last 5 years. He's not represented, is he? At most, as a representation of Levi, we get the little cockatiel thumbnail, little avatar thumbnail, on the recommended stuff, for Levi's own page, Malcolm's little avatar thing is here. We've got Levi's little cockatiel one on the front page under recommended channels, tab, whatever. But we don't have Levi represented on the banner for the Essence of Thought channel, do we? No, we have Ethel represented on the Essence of Thought channel banner, and we have Udita represented on the Essence of Thought channel banner, but Udita has not really been, a focal point on the Essence of Thought videos for about 5 years. At least. Udita is Ethel's human shield from being, called out for her own racism. That's who Udita is to Ethel at this point. Udita is the narcissist's human shield to uphold the narcissist's idea of being the most virtuous person on the internet. That's who Udita is to Ethel at this point in their relationship. A human shield for having Ethel's own racism called out at her. But let's continue with this anecdote. Yet, due to my androgynous appearance, blah, blah, blah. So Ethel, you can go to the Hijra in your neighborhood, because I'm sure there's at least one. Ask them what public transit queue they go to. Ask them, if they feel, ask them if it's generally safe enough for them to, go up and, to one of the, transit, security, queue guards and say, look, here's what it says on my passport. So I'm going to go to this line. So I'm going to go to this queue because that's what it says on my passport. And I just want you to know this before I get in queue, right? Or, hi, I'm Hijra. Since I look extremely, feminine, would it be better for me to go in the male queue or the female queue? Ask one of the Hijra who is almost certainly in your neighborhood, Ethel, but you don't do that because you're a racist. Right, Bran? Ethel's racist.
His appearance and due to being a white fox.
Again, Ethel could have avoided this, Oh, well, they assume I'm a white tourist, so blah, 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 blah. And they I'm just like, don't know what I'm supposed to be doing in these obviously gendered cues. Or, Ethel, you could avoid this completely if you go to one of the Hijra, who is almost certainly there's almost certainly one in your neighborhood, and ask them what they do. But Ethel doesn't want to do that because Ethel's a racist.
Far being flattering, it is fucking.
Okay, then just go into the women's line? I don't know why we're getting...
Malcolm also has a perfectly reasonable this, go into the women's queue. They are, this is just public transit security. They're not there to, question the validity of your marriage. Like I understand why you're not getting your paperwork updated because you don't want to have the legality of your marriage, called into question and therefore get deported back to England where, you don't, where you're not surrounded by a bunch of brown people you can use as human shields against your own racism. Because these are transit security. These are transit security. They're not there to interrogate you at the immigration office about your marriage. They're not there to report you to the immigration office because you go into the ladies' queue at transit security. Because they are transit security guards. They are probably minimum wage workers. Meaning they are probably, they're probably just barely making a living wage, if at all. I don't know what the minimum wage laws in India are like, but I know a lot of U.S. companies outsource their factories to India and Bangladesh for reasons that, it is a lot less expensive to pay workers overseas in India than it is to pay American workers a minimum wage, much less a working one. So, whatever the minimum wage in India is, if there is one in India, it's cheaper than it is in the U.S. Part of this is probably due to the cost of living in India relative to the U.S., but also it means that, it is just as likely as in the U.S. with minimum wage that these people are just barely skating by in life. This is a minimum wage security guard. So yes, far from being flattery,
Getting locked on this.
Security guard with a rifle slung on his back starts barking orders at you in Hindi, leading you to freeze, fully aware as he has equally an interest in you from
barking orders at you in Hindi, and it's leading you to freeze. You know what, Ethel? I'm a lapsed language arts major. I'm well versed in at least a dozen dialects of English. Not a single dialect of English is the word barking a verb used to describe human sounds. It is a word used to describe animal sounds. It is a word used to describe the sounds made by dogs, including wild dogs, including hyenas, who are technically in the category of cat-like carnivores, but that's like zoology things, right? Seals bark. She literally called a brown-skinned, ostensibly brown-skinned, low-wage security guard, shouting at her in his native language, one that she can't be bothered to learn a few basic phrases of. And this was so scary to her. This is racist. This is a racist. Like, this is a noun form, not adjective form racist. If she thinks that, she scripted this, it was edited either by her or for free on her behalf from either Levi, who began as her unpaid editor and is now a barely paid co-host, if they're still doing that weekly stream anymore, or one of her other unpaid editors. So she scripted this. It was edited either by her or for free on her behalf. She then reviewed it because she's a control freak who will not post anything that she does not approve of, if it's being edited for her, for free by somebody else. She always reviews it. And then she uploaded it, thinking this was a good look. She dehumanized a low-wage, ostensibly brown-skinned security worker for shouting at her in his native language that she cannot be bothered to learn a few words of. Because, and see, here's the other thing, is she is living in India as a white-skinned trans feminine person with a thick English accent. You want to know who had colonial rule over India for about 200 years? How long was India under British rule? About 200 years. And Ethel likes to bring up the fact that, Courtney's xenophobic because because she likes to mock my speech and cadence because my mother is Dutch. I'm like, okay, first off, I don't know a single goddamn Dutch person who talks like this, like trans feminine Ben Stein. No, that is not a Dutch thing. If it's a thing Ethel's mother does, it's because Ethel's mother probably is also on the autism spectrum, but you want to know who else you want to know who else colonized India before the British? The Dutch. From 1605 to 1825, India was under Dutch rule. So about 220 years, little longer than under British rule. And Ethel thought dehumanizing, she thought animalizing an ostensibly brown-skinned man, low-wage worker in India who is shouting at her in his native language that she can't be bothered to learn a few key phrases of to get by. She thought that was a good look. She thought, oh, that's not going to make me look like a horrible racist now, is it? This is why I call Udita Ethel's human shield. Probably deeply emotionally abused by Ethel. I don't. All I have to say that about is like I've heard people say things about people who have heard things, right? So I'm like all I know is like third hand, vague murmurs about Ethel and Udita's relationship. But like I said, like even when people are telling me secondhand and being vague about it, they said it's very concerning to them. So I'm just like, it would not surprise me if it were true that Ethel is extremely emotionally abusive towards Udita, which I admit would make me feel a little bit bad about saying that she's Ethel's human shield. But, as Ethel said to people who watch Vangelina Skov, are you gonna have any self-respect, right? I'm like, Udita had to have a life before Ethel, and it's like Udita had to have a life before Ethel, and she had to have at least times in that life before Ethel where she was not being emotionally abused. And And I wish she'd get her thumb out of her ass about this, because that's what Ethel's doing. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that Ethel is extremely emotionally abusive towards Udita. That doesn't mean I'm going to stop calling Udita Ethel's human shield anytime soon, because that is the function that Udita, serves in Ethel's life right now. I will stop calling Udita Ethel's human shield when Udita gets the sense to leave her. It's a tough love kind of move. And I mean, yeah, and when I say tough love, it's like I'm not like, I know Udita identifies as bisexual, and most of my exes did, and like trans and bisexual people have always been each other's strongest allies in the queer community for literally decades, since the 1960s. So it's that kind of love. It's like a community love. It's like I want Ethel to care enough about her own. I want Udita to care enough about her own sanity to leave Ethel. All right. Something happened when I switched to Bran, knock your shit off. Okay. Something really borked up on the restream side, but I don't know how to fix it. Because it's like, it's not. Let me well, okay, that helped a little bit. Okay. Please let me read the rest of chat here. Okay. Let me get caught up on chat a little bit more. Stream is still good, don't worry. Cube Gut says, Mormonism is very into gender essentialism / gender metaphysics, and they allow parents to treat kids however they want under the belief kids chose them. Oh, yeah, I didn't know that much about Mormon shit, that it's really, it's really weird. That's what seems borderline Scientology to me, because I've seen like Mormons say that like a good Mormon will like get their own, like, heaven for Mormons is like you get your own planet with you and, like you being a Mormon guy and all of your wives and your Mormon family, or which is why they get into like family genealogy stuff to like baptize the dead and have all of your Mormon family, on your own little planet in heaven with you. Storming like crazy. Oh, I'm sorry, it's storming like crazy where you're at. Yeah, oh my God. When Annie Gallagher said that she was gaslighted into thinking she was a map, I'm like, lady, that's not how that works. Like, that is not how that works. And if that is how that worked out for you, that means you need somebody looking after you. If you are that, if your psyche as an adult is that malleable, like you need you need somebody looking after you the way Chris Chen needs somebody looking after them, right? I'm terrified about the annoying orange in chief returning to office myself. Quite a few burn. Oh yeah, there's some. What the? Oh, for crap's sake! What the hell? Please stop. No. Add source. Okay, I'm gonna click stop screen share. Seriously? Okay, add source. Screen share. Okay. I'm gonna go back to this one. Excuse me. I have no idea what the hell is going on with Restream half the time. Oh, for crap's sake! Show goddamn chat! Ugh. Remember when Ethel said it was anti-native if you didn't like how slow she talked? Wait, what? No! No! That's got nothing to... Anti-native of where? She's fucking British! She's fucking British with her mother Dutch. Her dad's side is English, her mother's Dutch. How is any of that anti-native? Native of who? Is her father Pictish? Is that what she's going on about? Was I wrong? Is her father not English but Pictish? Like, that's the only thing I can figure out if that's what she's going on about. But no, like she specifically said in her video response to Courtney Orchard that it's because like her mother is Dutch if you mock fun, and therefore xenophobic if you mock Ethel's cadence in speech. Is like no. I don't know Dutch people I do not know anybody who's Dutch who talks like that. Like, so basically, Ethel is so racist, she will say whatever the fuck she will to call somebody else the racist. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That actually makes a lot more sense to me now. That this has nothing to do with, like, no. If Ethel, like I will give Ethel, accusing Courtney of, like some kind of ableism, because like it's probably more related to her autism, because like even before Ethel said that, she had just like been, gone through like autism screening for an adult, like I kind of read her as autistic for, the first couple of years before she came out like that, because she talks like this. And I've got a number of friends who, like, mostly online friends who I picked up on being autistic before even they were screened for it, because in their photos they have exactly one facial expression. Which is why like Greta Thunberg has the I call it the Oedipus. Like you flip it one way for happy mood, flip it one way for like, a not happy mood. And, so like Greta Thunberg like uses that in some photos to, because she understands that her face is difficult for people to read her emotions in. And that's, that's kind of how I pick up that some of my friends are autistic even before they know for a fact that they are. Because these are friends of mine who have like exactly one facial expression. Or if they have two, the second one is only a very slight variation on the main one. Like it's barely distinguishable. And and honestly, that is probably one of the main reasons that I do not, meet all the criteria for, at least all of the mandatory, kinds of criteria for adult autism screening, is because, like, I find most people's emotions pretty easy to read. probably more than like a lot of like read the emotions of at least a handful of the autistic people I've come to know. So like, no, I will give Ethel that like it's at least reasonable to, you know, accuse Courtney of some kind of ableism. But it's not xenophobia, because Dutch people do not talk like Ethel does. They just don't. They don't speak with her cadence. It just, and if her mother does, it's because her mother is also probably autistic. And like that, like I'm sorry, that's just how that's just the most likely scenario. If Ethel picked up her cadence from her mother, then it's because Mother of Thurston is probably autistic herself and just, you know, either hasn't been screened for it or, you know, or hasn't, you know, shared this, or at least like if she has been screened for it and, you know, and the screening came back with, you know, Mother of Thurston being autistic, then, you know, Ethel just hasn't shared this with everybody and instead decides to say that it's because her mother is Dutch. Like, no. If Ethel picked up this cadence from her mother, it's because her mother is also autistic. I'm sorry. That's just how that's just the most likely way, you know, that's just the most likely explanation. If indeed Ethel's speech cadence is in any way like her mother's, it's because her mother is probably also autistic. That's I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It's not. It's just a neutral fact, and you know it at least would, you know, like be reasonable, you know, if that is indeed where Ethel picked up her speech cadence from. Like I'm sorry, like if it is indeed related to Ethel's mother, who is Dutch, it's not because Ethel's mother is Dutch. It's because Ethel's mother is probably also autistic. But I don't think Ethel you know, if that is indeed the case with Ethel's mother, then I don't know. Like maybe Ethel just thinks it's uncouth to share her mother's medical info about that, but it's like no, like Ethel, if you truly believed in the ableism, you know, part of the accusation against Courtney, you know, alleged mockery of, you know, of how you, Ethel, speak like a trans femme Ben Stein. And like I said, that just strikes me as like more insulting to Ben Stein, but Ben Stein was also a speechwriter for Richard Nixon. Ergo, he deserves to be insulted by being compared to Ethel of Thurston. So, like I said, like no, if it is at all related to how Ethel's mom speaks, then it's because Ethel's mom is also autistic. And if Ethel thinks that is like way too much of her mother's personal information to share with the internet, then why? Like if being autistic is just a neutral fact that is no better nor worse than any other fact about a person, then why not just say it's because your mother is also autistic and that's why you picked this up from her, rather than try to blame it on the fact that your mother is Dutch, when most people have not heard people who are Dutch. Speaking slow for people who speak other languages doesn't make any sense. Yeah, like no, like yeah, if they don't speak that language, if they don't speak that language, they just won't understand. Take an octillion years to say a sentence, she still won't get it. Yeah, she being Ethel's mom. Like like, no, yeah, like, it doesn't. I may be misremembering the native comment. Actually, I don't know. Her videos put me to sleep. I don't know. I find Ethel's videos on some level kind of hilarious, but at some point I just gave up watching her because I just realized that like it's how I explained to somebody on Reddit that giving Chris Chan money, even for like a Sonichu medallion, and you get the Sonichu medallion, like giving Chris Chan money for any reason is a lawful neutral move, to like put it in D&D terms. It's a lawful neutral move at best, because Chris has Chris Chan is one of those people who is like so fundamentally narcissistic, even if it would be difficult to diagnose Chris with NPD because of Chris being like mid-range autistic. like I'm sorry, people who want to call Chris Chan severely autistic have literally never met somebody who is severely autistic. Like the people who are severely autistic nowadays would be put in ASD level 3, which are the people usually nonverbal, but like who like I want to say like their emotional dysregulation is on par with Danderson, but like usually nonverbal, though that's not necessarily criteria, but it is the category like most likely to be like nonverbal, non-vocal. Yeah, I have on Cute Gut says Ethel gives major Keffels vibes using the I'm a trans girl as an excuse for any bad behavior. I've got a lot. I have a difficult time saying like being especially critical of Keffels. Like I understand why a lot of people don't like Keffels, like even before, you know, the leaks, right? But Keffel's old Discord server, you know, Catboy Ranch, which she's since relinquished control to somebody else because, you know, she realizes that like she knows that a lot of people got a lot of good out of it, and I'm one of those people. Like when the cats and I were still living in a tent, and a year ago next week, so on the 6th of January last year, my cats and I were out at a nearby coffee house to you know, just for me to, you know, like watch some YouTube videos, charge up my my batteries for everything, and I was doing some of my crochet work that I do for commission work and a little extra money, and you know, but other than that, my cats and I were still living in a tent. But I had the cats out with me in their stroller carrier, right? They have a pet carrier that's a stroller, basically. And somebody set the tent on fire while we were out. And Keffels didn't have to, but she donated a few $100s like directly to me, like not through my Ko-Fi, like through my PayPal, because I don't remember how she had it, but she did. And like I said, she didn't have to. And then she shouted me out on her next stream, which was like 2 days after, or no, was it? It was like a day or two after my cats and I that night got to an extended stay America, which was like, so it was like this tent was set on fire just like about 6 weeks before we moved into this apartment. Like I knew it was on the way to like being like fully, like finally fully approved. There were like a couple small maintenance issues that they had to take care of before before the Section 8 agency was going to allow me to move in. And Keffels didn't have to, right? But she personally donated a few $100s to me. She shouted me out on the stream the next day, when she was streaming and said, hey, somebody in the Catboy Ranch community has been homeless for over a year now, and last night somebody set the tent on fire while he and his cats were out, and he needs to like move into a hotel room for a bit, like while he's waiting for his apartment to get final approval. And so yeah, like between her own like $200-300 that she sent to me right away and a few other people, and so it's like that. Like I say, I understand why a lot of people dislike Keffels, even before, the infamous leaks from May of this year. It was about May when that all went down, right? Something like that. But, I think she's been through a lot in her life, and that she's got like barely managed ADHD. I know she's mentioned, having a diagnosis of ADHD, and one of her old therapists suspects she may be on the autism spectrum as well, but she hasn't properly been screened for it. But I know she's mentioned, having ADHD, and like, like she'll do some, like she's still relatively young, all things considered, and she's not doing like some of the DBT stuff that can help with managing ADHD alongside medications. I think for a while anyway, she was just like expecting the medication to do, the bulk of the work, when that's not really how it works, right? Medication for ADHD is most effective when it's used alongside other, like, other therapeutic kind of skills, right? So when it's used alongside other therapies, that's when medication for ADHD is most effective. So she strikes me as somebody who's still fairly young, is really impulsive. She will do things and then think about it after like some of the repercussions come to bite her in the ass. I will agree that she does seem to lean on, the whole like, trans thing, or, gay thing, like a little bit much. But I think it's more about, I don't know. I have some very nuanced ideas about Keffels, right? Like I don't think she's a fundamentally bad person. I think she's made some really, I think she's just like kind of like in the middle. Like, she's not especially good, but she's not especially bad either. She's just like fairly average, but she's made some really stupid choices that she didn't think about until afterward. And just like kind of hoped that I don't know. Like I said, I don't think she's a fundamentally bad person. I think she's kind of stupid in the sense that, like, when I'm not doing my best to manage my ADHD and my CPTSD symptoms, I can be kind of stupid. Like, I mean, she can be kind of stupid in like, and I say this with love, right? Like, I say this with love, and I say this with love because, she personally was there for me when I needed it most. She created a Discord server where like a lot of people were there for me when I really needed it. Especially like almost exactly a year ago, like 360 days ago today, as of right now, this hour, about 360 days ago, right? Like, was like probably like that whole time in that year and a half that the cats and I were literally homeless, that and she was there for me, and she, like urged the Discord community and other people watching her stream, the very next night, she said like, hey, this is somebody who's been in the community for a good long time, they're, they're really nice and sweet, like, she even said, like, like they she even said, like, like, this is somebody who made me a sweater that just because they wanted to be nice, and and he's been homeless with his cats for over a year, and somebody set their tent on fire while they were out, and hey, Bran, knock your shit off. Yes, you little fucker, your shit, knock it off. Nigel is not in the mood for your shit, Bran. Oh my gosh. Yes, your shit, knock it off. Oh my gosh, kittens are insane. So yeah, like I said, like I think Keffels is a lot more of like I said, like, if we're going on a D&D continuum of chaotic good to chaotic evil, I think Keffels is like like somewhere in the chaotic neutral segment of that. She's definitely got some good qualities, and she's got some really flawed characteristics that I hope she's working on, taking this much needed hiatus from the internet that she's doing. I hope she's doing better. But yeah, like I said, I understand why people dislike her. I understand that. And like yeah, the leaks, I'm like, I don't know, like, what do you want me to say? Like, there's nothing I can say. Like I don't know, if I'm not going to try to defend it, because I mean, how? Like, I don't know. It's stupid to ask me to defend it just because, I kind of like her, because it's like, I mean, I don't know, like when you get to be about my age, you've at least had a couple of friends who've done some really stupid shit that what are you gonna do? Like, like people do stupid shit, and some shit that people do is stupider than other shit that other people do, and hopefully, they learn for the better and they grow from it. So, but yeah, like, I will agree that she does kind of lean that, at least, Keffels does have a little bit of a history of like leaning into the, I don't know, like, why are you complaining about me? Is it because I'm trans? Like, yeah, like I'll agree. There's been times where she's leaned into that like way more than necessary, but sometimes she was right about it, right? Like, you can't deny that. You can't deny that there are times where, like, there wasn't necessarily the evidence for it at the time, but it did turn out that she was right about that in a sense. So, oh yeah, talking about Chris Chan, autism doesn't make you threaten a GameStop employee or take advantage of it. Yeah, like, oh god, what the hell was I going off about Chris Chan about? It's about yeah, like, but yeah, like Chris, like Chris Chan is like a grossly dysfunctional person, and I say grossly in all senses, as in, like, they have a very high level of dysfunction in their personality, and like, I don't know. Like, I've heard people's arguments for why they don't think Chris Chan is genuinely trans, and then I remember things like the taint slicing incident, and like, I'm sorry, like, nobody talked Chris into that. Chris talked themselves into that, and let's be honest, a cisgender man who thinks that cross-dressing will get him into lesbian panties does not do shit like that. So, I think Chris is, to an extent, genuinely trans about, like, I think Chris has a very poor understanding of how adults about their age, and Chris is like a couple years younger than I am, so I think Chris has a very naive understanding of gender, and it's and at least on the surface, Chris has a very simplistic understanding of gender. But there are times where I think Chris's understanding has can be a little bit more complex than some people realize, maybe even more than Chris himself realizes. Depending on who I'm talking to, I will occasionally refer to Chris as she, but I default to refer to Chris as they because Chris is not a hill I'm willing to die on. So it's like, yeah, I believe Chris is as genuinely trans as somebody as dysfunctional as Chris can be genuinely trans, right? And I say that not to say that this makes Chris somehow less genuinely trans, but more that I guess I'm more trying to say that Chris has, like I said, Chris has a very naive understanding of gender. Like Chris responded to Kethel's, question in the interview with, so people are saying that you're not actually trans, and Chris is like, well, I grew out my hair and I've been on estrogen and look, I got tits, and I'm like, so lots of guys have long hair, and I'm sorry, Chris, you had the B cups before you went on estrogen. I'm sorry you did. We've all seen the pepperoni nipples pics. We've all seen those pics. Chris has had like A or B cups since about 2004. That's just like, I'm sorry, Chris, like that alone, like, so at least when Chris is consciously thinking about gender, Chris has a very naive understanding of gender, and I don't think Chris is very good at articulating their own sense of gender incongruence, as is apparently the international diagnostics, not the DSM-5 terminology of gender dysphoria. But even Chris's gender dysphoria, I think, is like, it's not going to be in line with the more typical trans person's experience of gender dysphoria. I think Chris has an experience of gender dysphoria that has been rendered perhaps atypical because of where Chris's placement on the autism spectrum is, which is, like I said, like Chris is about a mid-range, in terms of how much Chris needs somebody looking after them 24/7. Now, somebody like Daniel Larson definitely needs somebody looking after them 24/7. Like this is like Daniel Larson is like an especially verbal level 3 autistic, like whose autism is complicated by very obvious bipolar schizoaffective disorder. So, like I said, Danderson is an especially verbal level 3 autistic, which is the severely autistic range that people assume Chris Chan is in. Chris Chan, though, was basically running the 14 Branchland Court household from about 2016-ish, thereabouts, up until the arrest in August of 2021. Now, Chris wasn't always doing a good job of it, but Chris also understood their internet infamy well enough to know that e-begging was a viable option for them to make ends meet. Think of that what you will. But it does show that, not only is Chris like far more intellectually capable than Daniel Larson, which is not itself like, a sticking point for like level 3 autism like Danderson has. But it does. But like I said, the fact that Chris was running the 14 Branchland Court household from about early to mid 2016 until their arrest in August of 2021. So for the last 5 years, Chris lived with their mother, Chris was running the household. Like this is an objective fact. This is an easily verifiable fact. Chris was running that household. Somebody who is in the level 3 autism that Danderson is would not be able to do that. Chris is far more competent than a lot of people assume, simply because Chris is chronically stupid too. And I say chronically stupid with some degree of love, but that, you know, just because, like, I've been aware of Chris in some way since before even something awful found out about Chris. It just, I don't know. It just, like I was not really while everybody else in 2020 was watching Tiger King, which I still haven't watched. I kind of don't want to right now. Just because, like, a lot of people were thinking, like, Chimp Crazy was going to be, like, Tiger King Volume 2 or something, and I'm just like, no, I don't know. I was kind of waiting until the hype died down, but now that it has, it's like, I don't know. Do I really want to? It sounds like it's just, like, going to be a bunch of, like, really awful people being generally awful back and forth. And it sounds like that Joe Exotic himself is kind of a sleazeball on a number of levels. But yeah, like, while all my friends were watching Tiger King, I was watching the Geno Samuel documentary about Chris Chan. So, like, Chris Chan was my Tiger King in 2020. Like, this is what I watched to feel like, you know what? As long as I'm not, like, quite that far gone, right? I'm doing, you know, like, I can, like, as long as I'm, you know, like, I've got enough more self-awareness than Chris Chan does to see where I can improve things for myself, you know, that kind of thing. It's like part Schadenfreude, part, you know, like, kind of wanting, like, kind of like trying to figure out, like, okay, how can I, you know, like, how can I, like, use Chris Chan as on, you know, as, like, kind of like, kind of like a negative inspiration to, you know, like, okay, do I want to improve myself, you know, lest I end up this far gone? And it's like, I'm probably not ever going to be that far gone because, you know, well, like I said, I'm not autistic. I've got ADHD. I'm just like, I don't know, like, it went untreated all throughout, you know, like, my childhood and adolescence, and I'm barely functional without medication to kind of help me along. I've also got, like, some severe CPTSD. Cute Guts. To be fair, for as much as I dislike Keffels, I do agree that there were certain people who were just after her for. Oh yeah. And like I said, like, I understand why people dislike Keffels, and, like, I'm not gonna try and convince anybody, like, you know, oh, you should like Keffels because, you know, well, she was there for me when I really needed somebody to be there for me, and, you know, and she barely even knows who the hell I am. I'm just like some weirdo from Discord and who would, like, pop up in streams every once in a while to, you know, you know, just to like shit post. Oh god. One time in stream, like, while Keffels was streaming, like, in the middle of the afternoon one day, and I remember this because I was at the library in downtown Ann Arbor when it was happening, you know, and, you know, like I said, like, my cats and I, like, homeless, living in a tent at the time, but, like, we went to the library, and I'm just, like, watching the stream from my laptop, and it was like watching Keffels was gonna be like watching an old, like, VOD from a couple of tankies, and and reacting to that, and I do the little like blob dance emoji, and I go like takey infight dance party, and I started like this like before I knew it, like 10 other people, like we kept like copy and pasting and repeating that to the point that, like after it had gone on for like 3 minutes straight, a couple of Kethel's mods just decided to like put like everybody who is doing that on mute for 5 minutes. And she's just like, why is my chat being so goofy right now? I am the goofball here. Just like, so it's like she barely knows who I am, other than like this weirdo in chat who is doing tanky invite dance party. And talking and like asking like, you know, hey, I know if you don't want to like give out your address, but I just wanted to let you know that like I kind of like want to crochet you a sweater just because like you've been like really cool about me being a weirdo in chat. Like, and like eventually she's like, yeah, sure, you can do that, I guess. Like here's about the size I usually wear, you know, some favorite colors, and just like have a blast. And so yeah, like I said, like Kevel's like barely knew who I am, but she was still like really nice to me. And like, so like I said, like I understand why people don't like her, and I understand like why they think that she can seem kind of two-faced about things sometimes. But like when she's saying that, you know, that like one, you know, like when she was saying that like one of the core tenets of leftist politics is believing that that people have the ability to redeem themselves, and people on a fundamental level are community driven and want to be there for each other, and like maybe not like, you know, like completely selfless in their altruism, but they but you know, like leftists believe that, you know, that people, you know, at least want to be there for each other, if not physically or financially, at least emotionally. And you know, and if you don't believe in that kind of thing, then you're not really practicing leftist values. And so like when she would see people, you know, like in her Discord server who were in need, and I'm not the only one that that she would be, you know, that, you know, like giving towards, like when push comes to shove, she does have a tendency to put her money where her mouth is, like as far as like, you know, those kinds of values. I wish she had done that a lot more openly. I mean, and yeah, like if she had done that a lot more openly, like there were going to be people who are going to be like, oh, well, she's just doing this for brownie points to obfuscate burp, 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 burp. And, you know, like that's fine. Like it's the internet. There's always going to be some jack off like that on the internet. But like I said, I do, like I said, I think she's got like some barely managed ADHD. I think she expects, I think at least for a good long time, she expected the meds to do the bulk of the work, but like the meds are most effective when you're doing it with other with other therapeutic practices to learn how to manage the condition better and make it, you know, like work for you rather than against you in your life, right? So I think she has tendencies to be impulsive and a little bit reckless with like what she says and does, and you know, and only think about the potential consequences later. And if she's not called out for it right away, she will try, you know, just like she will try to obfuscate, not so much in a manner to deceive, because like, you know, like the stuff that got leaked, the majority of it was stuff that, you know, like people on her server, like, we knew about this for like at least a year beforehand. It's stuff that President Sunday was talking about in his stream, in like one of his streams, like, you know, at least a year prior to that, you know, prior to the Budahar video and all that. Like, you know, so it's like, it's not stuff that people didn't know about, for the most part anyway. It's the stuff from Staroxvia that, you know, talking, you know, about like, you know, like how she was like a bit more, you know, like conniving and quasi Machiavellian, behind the scenes, where it's just like, I kind of see how like PTSD can drive people to being like that. Just because I've had those thoughts related to my own PTSD, and I don't know exactly how honest she was about the alleged abuse from her ex, Althea, but there have been a couple times like there was a time, there was a Stardust stream that she played a section of back, from when Keffels called in one time, and I even said in Stardust stream that that the way Keffels was reacting on the Discord call, you know, call in whatever, that that Stardust was playing back to Star's stream audience, like, that reminded me of like a couple of times that I had been in like one of my own CPTSD episodes where like something had like triggered me that much, because because like something about it didn't even have to be like just like whatever abuse that I had suffered, you know, years before, but there was just something about it that, you know, would be like just kind of inexplicable, but just something about it just like triggered a CPTSD episode in my head, and I would react like that, kind of, right? So I do think she has like some kind of PTSD or CPTSD that, you know, may be complicating, you know, a lot of like, you know, some of like her ADHD traits as well, because, you know, that can, well, as I said earlier in the stream, a lot of times people are misdiagnosed with borderline personality disorder when it's actually CPTSD, or even, you know, a more basic PTSD. So, and, you know, with and a lot of borderline and CPTSD traits can be like ADHD traits turned up to 11. So impulsive reactions to things, being incredibly suspicious, and seeing a lot of, and seeing terms like this is your abused brain reacting to stuff like in overdrive. So like I do think Keffels has a lot about herself to work on. I can't do that for her. Like I said, I barely, like, she barely knows who I am. She knows that, you know, like I'm a weirdo from her Discord server that that like, you know, like when it came, you know, like when an opportunity to like, you know, like literally put her money where her mouth is in terms of like talking about less leftist ideals, about like being there for each other, and, you know, thinking people are mostly good, albeit complicated, and that like people are fundamentally community driven and want to look out for each other, and, you know, think that people are overwhelmingly redeemable. You know, like she's willing to do that. You know, she's willing to, you know, live up to the ideals she professes. And, people can have a cynical view about that all they like. I mean, it's the internet. There's always going to be people who look at it very cynically and be like, oh, well, this is just, like, image management. And I'm like, okay, yeah, it could be, but I think people are more often kind of stupid than actively malicious, right? Saw the video, Essence of Thought made. The reaching was incredible. The interpolations were astounding. Words have no meaning. Oh, yeah. I still have yet to watch that, and it's getting a little bit late right now. I probably should take a nice bath and address that in a later stream. Like, I need to, like, get myself a nice soak, because I'm, oh shit. Because, like, I'm only surviving the stream right now on Tiger Balm. Like, like it is like the big ass tin of Tiger Balm. Did you even know that it comes in a size this big? And right now my Tiger Balm is running on fumes. Like, everybody knows about the little jars of Tiger Balm. But yeah, like, this is like, I probably could stand to add a little to my bad side right now. But yeah, I need a good Epsom salt soak, and probably not tomorrow night, but Thursday night, I'm probably gonna stream again. And yeah, so yeah, like, I really want to, like, kind of watch the Ethel of Thurston video with an audience to, like, to, like, give me some feedback on some of the way that she's just completely goddamn bonkers. Okay.
With over 8 million broadcasts and over...
Stop. What the shit? What is this? Oh my gosh. Hide. I don't know what the hell that is. What is this? Stop this. No. Hide? Will hide make it go away? Oh, Jesus Christ. What do I keep doing to restream? Okay. Chat overlay again. Okay, cute guts. After I started ranting about Chris Chan, or Kaffles, Chris Chan also tried to start a whole religion around himself, and said the end of the world would be Sonic, Sonichu characters coming to reality. Yeah. Chris is in some kind of cute guts. Words have no meaning. Ethel in a nutshell. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'll end the stream in about 10 minutes and go take my Epsom salt soak. And like I said, probably not tomorrow night, as in like Wednesday night. But Thursday night I will stream again. And I figure, if I can go like every other day for a bit, especially if anybody wants to, like, throw away your hard-earned money in my direction. As I showed earlier on the stream, I don't usually do this kind of thing, but my phone is being held together by the case, and the case, as we see, is barely together. Let's so as we see, the case itself is barely being held together, and I'm going to, oh, please don't, like, so this here, this will no longer snap together, because this is like all cracked and shit. Like I said, my phone has been like this for a good couple of months, and I need to get the kitten his vaccines so he can become a little neutered guy next month when he's 6 months old. But I also need to replace my phone, and even though I've got the government phone plan that is a free phone to me, well, okay, they will send me a free phone if it absolutely has to be upgraded. But if I just need a new phone because I need a new phone and I didn't like lose it or it wasn't stolen or something, then I have to pay for it. But their low cost phone store does not approve me for a payment plan, so I have to pay something like $115 after shipping up front. $112 up front for a new, slightly used phone. So like a new refurbished Samsung Galaxy A03s. Like I said, I need a new one of those, and like I said, they do not approve me for a 4-month payment plan of $25 each time, and because my credit is down the toilet, and so, oh right, yeah. So that's what one more go away. TTP:// ko-fi.com/Ruan. You know, just real quick, how badly does Ethel mispronounce my name? Because everybody mispronounces Ruan. Ruadhan. I assure you, if you speak Irish, if you speak even as barely any Irish as I do, you know that my name is pronounced Ruan. How badly does Ethel mispronounce my name? Does she say Ruadan like Poppy and Xena do? Somebody on one of the old pagan email lists I was on for a while repeatedly called me Rudan. Some people who assume I'm trans feminine have called me Rude Hun, as in rude-hun, Hun, and I'm like, you're reading me as AMAB. Why am I complaining? And if anything, like, this is making you look like an idiot. So, shit. Wait, where the hell did my coffee cup go? Did I leave it in the kitchen and just forgot about it? I don't know. I'll figure it out. So yeah, like my next stream is going to be Thursday night unless I am feeling... Oh, cute guts. I pronounce it as Ruan. Yeah, no, it's Ruan. If you go to behindthename.com and Ruadhan, just like spell it out there, it will give you an approximate pronunciation of Ruan, because you know it's Ruan. And but yeah, a lot of people will go with pronouncing the D and the RU and then A as like two different syllables, which, like, I understand if you don't speak any Irish at all, or if you're very unfamiliar with Irish forenames, you know, that's it happens. That's fine. It's just a fact of life for me at this point. But it's like, you know, for somebody who loves to virtue signal about like how she's the most virtuous person on the entire internet and is so conscious of other people's cultures, etc. Like no, like it would not surprise me in the slightest if Ethel cannot even be bothered to look up how you say my name, because, you know, like what's the virtue signaling points that she can get for acknowledging that there are white people who speak languages that are not English? because that's the kind of company she likes to keep. Because, excuse me, she likes to virtue signal so hard. All right, this is driving me nuts. Where the hell is my coffee cup? I did leave it in another room, didn't I? I'll be right back. Just a second. I did leave it in the kitchen. Sweet. Oh, that's gonna be hilarious to when I So yeah, I'm gonna plan like watching the Ethel of Thurston video. Oh great, now there's like 6 people watching. This means somebody's rated from here. Who rated? Because I'm about to log off in like 5, maybe 10 minutes. What the hell? Who's rating? Because like Restream tells me nothing. I don't even know how the hell Restream is supposed to work these days. Just the fact that like I went from like 2, the fact that I went from like 1 or 2 people to suddenly 6 is making me think somebody's rated into my stream when I'm about ready to sign off and tell people that, like, please come back Thursday night. So this would be the evening of the 3rd, so the very early AM of the 4th of January. And I don't know. But yeah, so yeah, it sucks that I've suddenly got like unexpected audience at this time because I'm about to log off in a few more minutes so that I can go into the bath, so I can go like take my Epsom salt soak. But when I stream again Thursday night, so January 3rd, approximately 8 to 9:30 beginning time, US Eastern, I'm going to continue in my unless I already have it finished by then. But I will at least show off the continuation of this crochet basket that I am making out of plastic grocery store bags. So that's what like the big tower of grocery store bags was doing behind me. I've cut them into strips, looped them together, hold them all in here so that I can loop them one at a time. And like I said, I've been making a basket so that I can hold a bunch of random shit that I need a basket for in my room. So, but yeah, then again, like, Ethel couldn't even be bothered in her first video trying to extort money from Vangelina Skov to, because, like, I know I'm not the only person who caught Ethel saying Vangelina Scow throughout the whole, first, attack on Vangelina Skov video. But then again, Ethel, like, as I said, like, 2 streams ago, Ethel will like slip in like these little things that you can't help but interpret as like her letting her mask slip on like how she is nowhere near as virtuous as she thinks she is. As I showed off to Cute Guts earlier tonight, Ethel has scripted and edited and reviewed and uploaded at least one instance where she went completely mask off racist. It's only a couple minutes long. Let me go back up to that like real quick now. But there was at least one other, but like when she was trying to beef with Luxander, who is going, she will frequently put the syllable for Luxander not on the first Luxander, and it's only a slight emphasis. She'll go Luxander, like putting the emphasis on the der at the end, which I'm like, lady, just just call Alexander retarded. Just call him a retard at this point. Because that's clearly what you want to do. Like, that's clearly what you want to do. If you're putting the emphasis on Luxander, like, no, Ethel, nobody says it Luxander except for you. Just call him a Riri, because that's what you want to do. And like at the time, Luxander was, saying, they, he, it, in order of preference for pronouns. And I know Luxander, now known as Moss, prioritizes its pronouns for their preference. I'm sorry, you do not use those pronouns for yourself. You use I, me, mine for yourself, because life is not an episode of Seinfeld, and even if it was, you are not the Jimmy. Just like I use I, me, mine as pronouns for myself. What I prefer others use when speaking of me in the third person is he, him, his, himself, etc. Because as a lapsed language arts major, I can get pedantic about this kind of thing. But yeah, like, let's see when Ethel decided to go mask off on her racism.
Mutually exclusive. You can be like gender conforming and non-binary. Like, I thought how you looked didn't determine your gender identity. Are we abandoning that now? Are we jumping ship? Now it's like if you look androgynous, you're non-binary. Like, trans. That was a foot and mouth.
And I'm watching this from Malcolm's old VOD about it, because I do not want to give Ethel extra clicks.
Criticism that probably didn't need to be said. But the comparison is like, if you're walking down the street as a bisexual woman and you're holding hands with your boyfriend, nobody's going to jump you for being like a lesbian, and nobody's going to call you like the D slur. Nobody's going to call you like the F slur or whatever. Like, that's not going to happen. That's the like, oh my God. I thought that she did debates and shit. I thought that, oh my God, I thought this would be like an easy 1-2.
Just a reminder, Ethel does not do debates because Ethel would be shit at debates. I think there was a very brief time where Ethel vaguely entertained like a panel discussion like 1 or 2 times. This would have been very early on in Ethel's YouTube career. But Ethel would be such shit at debates that, like, no, Ethel's never done it, at least not to any degree of notoriety.
3, but I guess not. We're
Ethel is notorious for being a fucking victim narcissist, not for being, like an ex-debater.
We got lost already, damn.
Duality. Our experience as bisexual people is not merely
Oh, of course
watered
she's
down
bisexual
amnesia,
too.
it is a very specific, very unique form of violence. The same as
Malcolm going, oh, of course she's bisexual. Like, no shade to bisexual people. Like, bisexual people and trans people have been each other's strongest allies, as in, like, bisexual cis people and trans people of all sexualities have been each other's strongest allies since at least the 1960s. But there's a certain kind of self-righteous bisexual that, like, is chronically online. And of course, Ethel is one of these people.
also true with regards to being non-binary. To give one example I talked about on the channel before, I've had guards with assault rifles yell at me because I'm non-binary and try to appear androgynous.
Now, as I said earlier in the stream, when I first came to Ethel going mask off about what a racist she is, Ethel could easily avoid any of this by going to, one of the Hijra people in her neighborhood in India, where she lives with, her human shield, aka wife Udita. And Hijra is a traditionally non-binary caste in India. It's a traditional non-binary gender in India that is like overwhelmingly AMAB, right? I think, I don't know. I need to know more about it, but I know most people who are Hijra, at least like what I've read about it, like Hijra are often described as typically AMAB or typically, male sex, whatever, right? Now that could mean that the rest are unaltered intersex people. Or maybe historically there have been AFAB Hydra. I don't know enough about it, but Ethel could go to, there was suppression of the Hijra gender cast in India during British rule, but it couldn't ever be completely eradicated under British rule. And that's why what Ethel is about to say about this armed guard at the public transit queues, because Ethel is a white trans feminine person with a heavy English accent living in India, which was under British rule for about 2 centuries, about 200 years. Before that, it was under Dutch rule for 220 years. Ethel has pointed out on a number of occasions that her mother is Dutch. So why is what Ethel is about to say about this low-wage public transit queue guard, how can this be anything but pure, unadulterated, mask-off, noun form, not adjective, racist sentiment?
Every fucking subway, mall, and cinema in India has security similar to that found in airports in the West. You literally put any bags you have through an x-ray machine before stepping through a metal detector, and sadly, those lines are gendered, and there is no line for non-binary people. Now,
or as I said, Ethel could go to, the minimum one Hijra person in her neighborhood and ask that person what they do at these public transit queues, or the armed queues at the cinemas, right? She could go to one of the Hijra that is within a good mile radius of wherever she and Udita live. But Ethel doesn't do that because Ethel is a racist and thinks she's better than, the Hijra, who are usually living at a far more destitute income than Ethel has ever been able to imagine.
I prefer to use the women's line, but don't have a...
Okay, stop.
Like Hijra in India, are typically street beggars. There's a handful who aren't. But typically, since the 20th century, Hijra in India have been street beggars. So, that's probably why Ethel doesn't go and ask them anything, because she thinks she's better than that.
Equating non-binary to androgyny. This is it's like the fucking Ouroboros, when you accidentally start eating yourself. You're equating non-binary to being androgynous. They're not one and the same. They're not mutually exclusive. You can be, gender conforming and non-binary.
No argument from Malcolm on that. You can be gender non-conforming and consider oneself to have a otherwise binary gender, right? My gender identity is femboy. Sometimes I will use old school transvestite, the Skag Drag, New York Dolls, Jobriath, kind of stuff, right? But then again, I'm 45 years old. I identify with some older terms. But I'm old school, genderqueer, Skag Drag, transvestite, kind of deal. I've adopted the modern nomenclature of femboy a lot. I do not see that as being necessarily a non-binary gender. I see that as something, that can be considered a type of male identity. It could be a non-binary male identity, depending on the person who identifies that way. It can be very individualized at some time, for some people, or it can just be, broadly a type of man. How Louise Belcher describes the equesticles on that episode of Bob's Burgers. It's not necessarily a non-binary thing, but it's also not necessarily a binary. I don't know. It can be very individualized at times. So,
I thought how you look in your gender identity. Are we abandoning that now? Are we jumping ship? Now it's if you look androgynous, you're non-binary. Did she edit this video herself? Did she?
She almost certainly had it edited by one of the volunteers from her Discord. But she definitely herself. She definitely reviewed it herself, approved it, and uploaded it herself because Ethel is a control freak who cares more about looking like the most virtuous person on the internet than acting anywhere close to being, one of the, 85th percentile most virtuous people on the internet. She is all talk, little action.
She edit this video herself, dude? Are you fucking kidding me? This is... Holy shit. And for what? 1.8k views from 3 days ago. Just getting absolutely fucking bodied. Oh my god.
Trans certificate because I haven't legally changed the gender marker on my UK passport, which would allow me to apply for one. Why? Because I don't know how doing so would impact both my marriage to Adita and subsequent spousal visa, since India does not recognize same-gender marriages. So, if I change my gender marker to one I'm more comfortable with, I risk being separated from the woman I love. So really,
you risk being separated from your human shield, who you use to deflect anytime you are, anytime your racism is pointed out to you. Because while I do believe that at one time Ethel had some genuine affection for Udita, I have heard enough vague secondhand concerns from other people that Ethel is not a good spouse, to put it simply. And because people have been vague about it, because they are not comfortable saying everything that they know, I just kind of take it for what it is and just put a pin in that, because I'm sure I'm sure receipts will eventually come out. They always eventually come out about people like Ethel.
I have no choice but to use the male line.
Or as I said, Ethel does have a choice. She can go to one of the Hijra, who is there's almost certainly one within a 1 mile radius of where she and Odita live. There's almost certainly at least one Hijra person within a 1 mile radius of where she and Odita live in India, because that is about how common the Hijra gender is in India. But Ethel does not do that, because Ethel thinks she's better than them. What should she get out of going and asking the Hijra about, she could ask them, hey, what do you do when you have to take the public transit queue? When you have to get on the subway and go to the gendered queue, which one do you go to? Do you feel safe enough showing the guards, your identification, card or passport, whatever they have in India, and say, look, this is what it says here. I know I look incredibly feminine. Would it be better for me to go to the women's queue or stick with the male queue as it says on my passport? But Ethel does not do that. She does not go and consult the Hijra, who, have a gender identity closer to Ethel's, and have a gender presentation closer to Ethel's, because she thinks she's better than them.
Every fucking time. Yet, due to my androgynous appearance and due to being a white foreigner, some men staffing the men's queue think I'm a foreign woman who simply doesn't realize that I should be in the women's line. Now, far from being flattering, it is fucking terrifying when a...
Okay, then just go into the women's...
But keep in mind, Ethel said this was fucking terrifying.
line? I don't know why we're getting sunlocked on this.
Security guard with a rifle slung on his back starts barking orders at you in Hindi, leading you to freeze.
Starts barking. It is terrifying when he starts barking orders at her in Hindi, leading her to freeze. Humans do not bark. There is no dialect of English where barking is a verb associated with human sounds. It is a verb associated with animal sounds. She literally dehumanized an ostensibly brown-skinned, low-wage man because he shouted at her in his native language. For all she knows, she was just the last straw in that guard having a fucking day where he is, sick of, white tourists who don't know what they're doing. And like, for all she knows, she was just the last straw of that day for this guard, right? But Ethel thinks that is reason enough to literally dehumanize him for speaking his native language that she can't be bothered to learn, because that is how racist she is. That is how racist and uncaring about, like, the actual things she proclaims to care about she is. She does not care about this beyond how well she can make it look. You know, how much she can make herself look like the most virtuous person on the entire internet. Because Ethel of Thurston is a goddamn racist. You can hear her teeth whistle in some videos. It's so funny. Oh, God. Yeah. Ethel is something else, isn't she?
Fully aware as his equally armed friend is taking an interest in you from behind the bomb screen. This shit got so bad that I stopped traveling via the metro in 2018, only booking taxis, which cost at least 10 times as much, limiting how much time.
So she stops taking public transit in 2018 and only books taxis, which she says cost 10 times as much. But see, that's the thing, is Ethel can afford that. Ethel can afford to do that, which is why she thinks she's better than the Hijra who almost certainly live in her neighborhood, who she can consult and ask, hey, what do you do when you have to take the subway? Because Ethel thinks she's better than them. And she, quote unquote, knows she's better than them because she can afford to take taxis everywhere. Because she just doesn't feel like dealing with the security at the public transit queues in India, where she can't even be bothered to learn the language, and she feels completely safe in dehumanizing these low-wage transit workers who have just had a fucking day and are shouting at her in his native language. Because Ethel is a fucking racist who can afford to take taxis that cost 10 times as much. Because she just doesn't feel like it's worth the time. She feels she's better than the Hijra who live in her neighborhood, who have to take the public transit. So anyway, we are now about 15 minutes later than I hoped to be, so I'm going to log off for now. And M says, yeah, she sounds like the other women out there who weaponize their identity or use it as a scapegoat instead of learning about and acclimating to their surroundings. Exactly. Ethel thinks she's better than... Ethel legit thinks she is better than the Hijra local to her. Therefore, that's why she doesn't consult them on what they do when they have to take public transit. And Ethel knows she's better than them because she can afford to take taxis everywhere, but she will weaponize the fact that she has to take taxis everywhere. Like, no, you don't have to. You choose to because you can afford that choice. She would clutch her purse in an elevator when a person... Oh, I don't doubt it. I do not doubt it. Especially if they were speaking a language she can't be bothered to learn. So yeah, it's... I'm not going to be straight... I need to go take my Epsom salt soak before I go to bed. And I'm not going to be... I don't plan on streaming Wednesday night unless something absolutely comes up where I feel like I need to. But I am going to... I am going to schedule it off in my date book for Thursday night. So about 9, about 9, give or take half an hour. So between 8:30 and 9:30 US Eastern. So Greenwich -5. You adjust for your own time zone because I am not your mommy. Nor am I your smartphone, etc., etc. So I'll probably be streaming about as long as I did tonight, on Thursday night as well. Just like I said, like Thursday night, approximately 8:30 to 9:30 thereabouts is the starting time. I'll have a better idea about when I'm actually starting when it gets to be Thursday night. And so take your meds if you have to. Be sure to stay hydrated, and Take very good care of yourselves and have exactly the kind of day you deserve. Bats and kisses. No, oh, wait, we've got another. All right, go take care of yourself and I'll go. Oh, thanks so much. So, yeah, bats and kisses. Nosta achwil. Because unlike Ethel, I speak more than one language.